What is up, everybody? It is your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. I am just getting back into it here. We're just starting, so give me a few so I get all my ducks in a row. Welcome aboard. It is Saturday, so I hope you guys didn't have too crazy of a Friday. Let me bring up. There we go. All right. What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? What's up, guys? Come on in. Come on, come all. Don't be afeared. Don't be afraid. It is I. What's up, be heard? Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Terry. Terry is in the house. Here we go.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
I want to get to you, Craig.
No, Terry, but you're not being very nice. Yes. Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
Do you want me to show you the damn picture, Terry? My goodness. Oh, hold on. Somebody sent me a private, I think it's a private message. Well, I thought it was. Oh, nope. It's in the Discord. If you guys aren't in Discord, you should be in Discord. We have a pretty good time in there. Oh, okay. It's a music video somebody posted. Never mind. Crisis averted. Getting something good. Today's live is going to be different. Guaranteed. I'm live. Okay. Just agree. I see you in there, Terry. Did you see the title of the show? Today's show is going to be a little different than normal. I decided to go ahead and go with it. Hoodie. So we'll see how this train wreck unfolds. I don't know. So if you want more people to come in, because honestly, I would prefer other people to show up. Before I start in on what it is I'm going to talk about today. Let me go into my new mod chat. All right. Of course, maybe I need somebody on the panel in order for it to really kick off. Yeah, we just don't have enough people in here yet, but go ahead and share it out, guys. Keep hitting, tapping the loving the screen, as it were. I'm not even supposed to say the TAP word anymore, crazily enough. Thank you, Bailey. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys share it out and get more people in here. Because we need people for them to... thank you for the heart me. Thank you. We need more people in here for them to lurk and stalk and harass. Because really that's what it amounts to. But here we are. We're up to 7 whole people. 7. Now, Saturdays are normally pretty slow. I think it's because in the morning, yeah, you're good. People are recovering from Friday night lights, all the things that people do, What's up, Jackie? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Crazy monsoon. Oh, we hit 8. Again, I'm going to start talking about what I'm going to talk about when I get, 20, 30 people in here. I'd like to see even more. You like the hoodlum morning. You like that, do you? So again, this is a special kind of show. I mean, I don't know if special is the right word to use, but it's different from my normal show. So if you haven't been here before, this is not normally how my lives go, just for the record. But we're going to get into some topics today that are probably going to upset some people. So, if you've been victimized in the past, just fair warning, you're free to duck out if you need to, but I think this is these conversations are important to have, even if we hate the people that we're having them with. But I'm just going to wait till we get more people in here. So if you guys would, keep sharing and all that good stuff, we'll get started here in a minute. I will say I do now have a mod. So everybody, Reagan is now a mod. So thank you, Reagan. I appreciate you. And Reagan, if you're wanting to be the panel mod, you're welcome to come up and sit in the mod slot. I believe you automatically will go in there if you're the first guest to come on. But if you want to hang out in the comments, that's fine too. Yeah, I had a questionnaire which maybe some of you have seen because it's getting shared around, which kind of goes into the story I'm about to talk about. This story is going to be even uncomfortable for me. So, hell, you may see me cry today. It's a situation. We'll just put it that way. 10 people, it's not enough. If I can't get more than, 20, 30 people in here, I may just shut the shit down and take the day off and come back on Tuesday and try it again. What's up, Sissy? Are you okay? You got frowny faces. Is that from the hoodlum morning? And you know what? This might cheer you up. Let me go ahead.
Terry.
I want to get to you, Craig.
No, Terry. But you're not being very nice. Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
Oh, he's going to show you the picture. Okay. It wasn't Photoshopped. That was a real tattoo. Just believe me. Oh, I see what you mean. Maybe I won't. I shouldn't, but it won't be this story that causes that. It may be a story that comes up later. I don't know if it will or not, but we'll see. But again, yeah, if I can't get enough people in here, I'm not going to worry about it, and we'll just have to do it another day. Because we got people that are coming into my lives and just going to the people that are in the lives, whether they're in the comments or on the panel, and sending them libelous messages about me. I never in my life have I ever been in a situation where somebody accused me of something and I didn't defend myself. So it's weird. It was weird for me to even come to this decision to go ahead and, not talk about it or whatever, because when you're in a situation like this, you don't know what the right thing to do is. You don't know how you're supposed to proceed. You weigh what you can, and, because originally when this story happened, I had planned to talk about it, about hoodlum. It's actually related to hoodlum. That's why I gave the trigger warning. I was going to do it live, but then, some people had posted about it in the Discord, made it public. Of course, it stayed in the Discord until they decided to come and bring it into TikTok. Come on here, boy. Now, guys, I will say that I am going to bring hoodlum up, and that's why the trigger warnings are here. But hoodlum, it's not going to be a normal hoodlum conversation. Okay. It's going to be different, and I'm not going to have other panelists up, at least for some time, while we get through what I feel like we need to get through. So, but if they're going to sit in my lives under alt accounts and then running to people to tell some bullshit story, then I feel like I have to say something. If they're going to bring it to TikTok, then we've got to dish down. I've seen hoodlum in so many lives spewing straight BS. Yeah, I disagree with basically everything that hoodlum says when it comes to politics. Don't get me wrong. I'm right there with you. But, in this case, it's not really about politics. It's fucking story that, people will hear something and they hear from it what they want. You know what I mean? Especially if there's bias already when it relates to anything. Reagan, I saw you typing. Were you going to say something? Or maybe my eyeballs are funky right now. Anyway, now I'm just looking for. Oh, there we go. Reagan, what is going on? And welcome to the mod box. I didn't actually put the mod thing on there, but did you want to introduce yourself to everybody and kind of say something?
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
If you want to.
Yeah, I'm Reagan. I'm the first mod to join your new mod team, and I don't know, I'm just happy to be here. I thought I would just sit up here for this event today.
Yeah.
Like a special event, I guess.
It's going to be a train wreck, Reagan.
I'm here for it. I'm ready.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know how this is going to go. I wasn't even sure I was going to do this until like there was 2 minutes left. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. We'll do it live.
I joined and I was like, oh, okay. This is what we're doing today.
I don't know if I'd talk to you about it, but I had yet another person reach out to me about what they are doing. And I'm like, I've never in my life just said nothing when somebody accused me of shit. Matter of fact, even on the live where all of this started from, and Hoodlum can attest to that, I got into, kind of an argument with the lady that was there accusing us of whatever. And, it was kind of a train wreck, but yeah, so this is all, well, we got 40 people in here. I feel like that may be enough, but we had 90 to 100 yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'd love to see those numbers again, but it's Saturday. People are Saturday morning, especially. Isn't it Saturday? It is Saturday, right?
It is Saturday, yes.
Okay. I mean, these days have just like, I don't even know. I don't even know where. Is this my house? Did I come into somebody else's office? I think this is my stuff. No, okay. So I think there's enough people in here. Hoodlum, if you want to make your request, I'm not going to bring you in just yet. So what happened was I purged all my mods, right? I purged them all. This was something that actually I'd thought about doing before. Paul and I had talked about this before, not necessarily a purge, but to restart and do some kind of like vetting. Because when I first started out, I was small. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. It was like there was somebody spamming comments in there, and they were like, hey, mod me, and I'll take care of it. So I modded some people, and they took care of it, and it just kind of went from there. I didn't really know what the ideologies were of the people that was modding. I didn't really care, like I have a conservative mod that was on the he got purged too. But anyway, so I purged them all, and as a result of that, they got upset, and I was going to talk about why I did it and what I was going to do going forward on a live. But before I could do that, they went into the Discord and started, blasting it out publicly, I guess before I could do it. And that, turned into this big shit show. And then the rest of them came onto TikTok, and they've been lurking in the comments and then messaging people who are watching the show or on the panel with libelous shit. And it's libelous shit because it's just a flat out lie. Like, I mean, basically everything that I've seen that people have shared with me that they've been sharing is just a fucking lie about the story that you're about to hear from Hoodlum. So I'll go into the story, and then we'll go into what happened and why I made the decision that I did. If you are one of those people that are doing that and you want to come up here and talk to me, I will bring you right up. Just let me know in the comment section. So Reagan, if you could look out for that, because they may be under alt accounts. I don't know. But
Absolutely.
let me go ahead and bring Hoodie in. Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. So Val, I see you. Let Hoodie tell this story so that everybody is clear on what the story is. And I promise you'll be the first person I bring up. And thank you for being willing to come up. I appreciate that, Val. Okay, Hoodlum, you were on a panel. I'm not even going to name the creator because it really doesn't matter. But you were on this creator's panel, and you were asked a silly question. Would you vote for a rapist or a communist? Right. This was the question that was posed. And in trying to justify your answer, you told this personal story that happened to you. It was 21 years ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if you would, in whatever way you tell the story, and I'll ask questions. Guys, if you have a question about it in the comments, I will ask him the questions that you see. But again, I'm not going to pull up any panelists. I will pull up Val or any of the other people that are associated with this. And again, if I'm not going to out those people, I'm not going to say what their names are. But since Val is here willing to speak, obviously I'm going to use Val's name. So Hoodlum, the floor is yours for now. Take it away.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you bringing me up. I appreciate you letting me share the story. I think that it's a story that could add some awareness to men who might find themselves in a similar situation. I know it definitely changed my perspective on things moving forward after what happened. So that's one of the reasons why I decided to talk about it for the first time in over 2 decades. I don't exactly know why it was last week, but it just happened organically. So I did it because I wanted to add the perspective that is a little bit different when it comes to this very sensitive subject of SA and how these things happen. So just over 20 years ago, I was working at a job working swing shift. So I worked from 4 to 12:30 at night. Me and my girlfriend had just moved into a house to exclusively together, with the 2 dogs, playhouse, see how it works out. And we had been coming from a situation where we had roommates, college party house, a lot of things going on. So now that we're exclusive living in this house, the night that I'm talking about, I was no different than any other night getting off of work. In my eyes, I didn't have anything strange happen, no weird phone calls, no text messages. I just got off at 12:30 and went home as usual. When I got home, I noticed that there was a car in the driveway. Went into the house and found out that one of my girlfriend and I's mutual friends, a male friend, was over there, and there was one of his girlfriends, not girlfriend, but just a girl that happens to be a friend that I had never met. Kind of walked into the house like, oh, what's going on? No previous texts from my girlfriend, no phone calls saying, hey, when you just want to let you know that there's, friends that stop by, we're going to be hanging out when you get home. Don't want to have you walk into this situation and not know. Didn't get any of that communication whatsoever. So walked in kind of like, oh, hey, what's going on? What are you guys up to? And they had been drinking beer and taking some sticks, some rugs, and that wasn't uncommon for me, my girlfriend, or this particular friend to partake in at that time.
And let me interject real quick. The male friend was also, and you had shared this before. He was also your supplier.
Yes.
So this relationship was, it was what it was. But I feel like that's important to the story. But because it
Okay,
kind
I
of
got
sets the
you.
context of. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, so he was the supplier, had been to the lake with him with various mutual friends several times, hang out at the house, whatnot. So knew him well. Did not know this other person at all. Would be the first time me meeting this person. And so, you know, kind of uneasy about not knowing that these people are at the house, kind of gauging the situation like, why is this guy over at my house? My girlfriend didn't tell me anything about it, but yet, he's got his own friend. So kind of makes it a little bit more palatable. Had a couple of beers, did a couple of sticks, whatever. Um, and it's like I don't know how long these people have been at my house. I don't know how long they've been partying. Did they just get there? Had they been there? Was it hours? I have no purview of any of this information. Um, so, I go out to hang out about an hour, and
And you
I
were
go out.
partaking in the festivities of
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
powder type stuff. I
Yep.
assume is okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. One or two, not like 10.
I've never done it, so I don't know even what that's like. I can imagine, but
Sure. So I went out into the backyard to check up on the dogs. I had two dogs, make sure they had water, whatnot. And as I was coming back into the house, into the kitchen, my friend had kind of said, "Hey, do you mind if we borrowed one of your bedrooms?" And I didn't really even think about that as a problem. I just said, well, I don't know. I mean, is that,
it's a weird question, but
yeah,
not necessarily because you said that previously it was you guys was like college frat house, type situation where
yes,
this shit was normal. Like
that house
so
was crazy.
right, but
Like,
this one was like personal because it was your own. It was with the girlfriend
yes,
that you tried to separate and trying to grow up. I assume is kind of how I took it when you were talking about
yes,
that.
we
So
were playing house. Yeah. And
yeah,
so,
so now you've got this friend who's like, hey man, you know, mind if
yeah,
I, use the
right.
whatever? Yeah.
And I'm already kind of taken back by not even being given a heads up by my girlfriend that these people were even over here.
Which that
And
would have pissed me off. I mean, I'd have
oh,
been like,
oh,
what the hell?
I was not happy. Trust me, was not happy. But I was
Yeah.
I was trying to play, um, nice, trying to absorb the situation for what it was. I think obviously the situation would have been a whole lot different if it was just this guy and my girlfriend. Obviously, that's a totally different situation,
Right.
right? So he asked me, and I'm like, man, I don't know, dude. I just got home from work. I didn't even know you guys were over here. Um, and he just said, I don't know if it's that big of a deal. And I said, I don't know. I mean, is it that big of a deal? And to put it into context, this particular person had a baby's mama at his house, right? So it's not like he could take this person back to his house to do whatever, right? So I kind of saw that as the reason why he would be asking me. And
At your
so
house instead of taking this person back
to
home
his,
where baby mama's at. So you knew the deal, and I stupid bro code maybe, I don't know, but no,
yeah,
I get it.
yep,
It's fucked
yep.
up either way, but yeah.
So I said, you know what? Sure, not a problem, right?
Yeah.
So we hang out a little bit longer, and then they kind of make their way into the bedroom. Nothing concerning. and she didn't have to be carried. She didn't have the hand over the shoulder type situation to give me any concerns that there was
So when
anything.
you saw them go back there, nothing seemed off,
No,
like from her. There was
no,
no, yeah. Okay.
not at all. Right. So they went back into the room, and I'm like immediately I'm like asking my girlfriend, like, what the hell? Like, why didn't you tell me that we had company at the house? Like, I just came into this situation like blind, you know? And I kind of got a little bit of the runaround. Didn't really get that good of an answer. But we stayed up probably another 20 minutes, finishing our drinks, talking about the situation. And then we went into the master bedroom. We have a TV in there. Went in there, hung out. We were both hanging out. Door closed.
And they're back in there doing whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And
So how long was it until, the somebody came out?
like 45 minutes, maybe an hour at the most.
Okay.
And I hear this slight little knock on the door to the master bedroom, and I'm like, first reaction is like, oh shit, now what? So open the door, go out there, and that's when I'm posed with this dilemma. He's like, hey man, I got a call. I gotta basically re-up, if you know what that means, and I gotta go. Like, I gotta go now. And I'm like, dude, you're killing me, man. Like, what the hell? Like, first of all,
Unaliving.
oh, sorry.
No,
Sorry.
you're fine. No, go ahead.
Like, first I come home, I don't even know you're here, and then now you're bringing me this, and then it was, if you could use the room. Like, dude, you're killing me. Or that. Bad.
Dude.
Unaliving.
You're
My
fine.
bad.
Go ahead.
Jeez. And so, we have this conversation. He's asking if he could leave her there, and I'm saying, no, absolutely not. Like, perceivably, because I don't know this, you guys came together. You guys need to leave together.
Right.
So he's going back and forth explaining to me how, like, that's not going to work for what he needs to do right now, and he's got to go, and this and that. So I'm like, you know what? Look, like, I I'm not going to make this decision. So I go back into the room and I ask my girlfriend, like, hey, like, you started this. That's kind of the way I looked at it. You started this. They came here. You guys all hung out. Like, you're going to have to participate in this decision because I'm not going to make it alone. I don't like it. It doesn't feel right. But ultimately, like, I'm going to leave it up to you. And so she's like, what? And then I get her up to speed. And then she's like, well, I mean, I guess it's okay. So I said, okay. All right.
So was he still there when you're asking her this and this
He's
conversation?
he's in the living room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had gone back into the bedroom after he.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and you're asking, and she's like, "That's fine." Okay.
Yep. Right. So I go out to the living room and I tell him, yeah, that's fine. She said it's fine, right? Because I mean, I'm trying to be respectful to my girlfriend here too. I mean, it's her house. It's our house, right? Not going to make that decision without her. So
Now, do you know? Do you know at this point whether she even knows this person or not? Did she tell you that or not?
no,
Okay, so you just, I mean, because you come home after work, you got 3 people in your house, one of them's your girlfriend, and they're partying or whatever, and then dude leaves one of them behind, and then, yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I don't know anything about whether my girlfriend at the time knew this person or not. I have no information. So he leaves. I go back into the room. I'm like, you know what? Like, this doesn't feel right to me. I think that you need to go check on her, because obviously I don't want nothing to do with it.
Right.
And so,
I would have thought the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't have gone in there either.
Yeah. And so she gets up, puts on her robe, goes to the other room. I'm just in the room watching TV, hanging out, whatever. She comes back and she's like, "Oh yeah, she's sleeping. Everything's fine." Okay. So here again, close the door. Me and my girlfriend hanging out in the room, watching TV. That's what we do. I typically come home and she's asleep. So, we're talking, and I'm still asking her about this awkward situation that I've come home to. It's during the week. It's not a Friday. It's not a Saturday. It's during the week.
Like, were you pissed, or was it? Because I mean, I've heard you on lives that you seem to take abuse pretty well. So, I mean, were you irritated at her about, like? Because I would not have been happy about that.
I was not happy at all. Not happy. But here again, I'm just trying to make the best of whatever the situation
real
is.
quick. Somebody asked, did we ever establish the age of this person? So I assume you didn't ask, but in your eyes that night, did she look like she was an adult?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Like late.
Thank
20s,
you, Brielska.
Yeah, late 20s, early 30s.
Okay.
I mean, that was all of our ages except for my friend. He was older. He's probably in his early 40s, actually. So we went to bed, and at about 5:30 or so.
Okay, let me pause real quick. Dinosaur, I see that you're confused. Guys, I'm not bringing anybody on the panel right now. I may do it later. This has to do with the mod purge. This is the story that led to the purging of all of my mods. And I'm going to get to that after Hoodlum tells this story. And so Hoodlum is retelling the story because I could tell you what the story is based on what I heard, because I was on this panel when he was on this creator's live. But I figured it was best to let him tell the damn story so that you hear firsthand from him what happened in this story, because people are going around lying about this, making up things, making assumptions. And again, we're only hearing one side of it, Hoodlum's side. So it is, take that for what it's worth. But it was his story. So anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's 5:30 in the morning.
Yep, 5:30 in the morning. I get woken up. Somebody screaming. Go out, and it's this girl. She's like freaking out, right? She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't know who I am. I don't know who she is. And, she says, what happened to me? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, what happened to you? Like, you were just at my house when I got home from work. And so she's very animated. And I says, well, your friend left you here, and that's all I know. You need me to give you a ride. And then she's like, just goes out the front door. So I'm go out the front door with her, and I'm like, what are you going to do? Just like walk home? I mean, I can give you a ride. It's not that big of a deal. And she's just irate. At this point, my girlfriend, she wakes up. She's like, comes out of the room in her robe. She's like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. She freaked out. I don't even know her name. I'm referring to her as she. She freaks out.
The hell was that?
Oh, that was one of my little gadget warnings.
So now, when I heard you say this story before, did she say what happened to me, or what did y'all do to me? Because I thought I heard. What
Yeah,
did y'all do to me?
something to the effects of that. I mean,
Okay.
I don't know exactly, but it's essentially like what happened? What did you do to me? You know, something to that effect. Um, I didn't know what she
Okay.
was talking. Right.
I just
So
trying to clarify because
yeah,
I mean, it's a
yeah.
21-year-old story. It is what it
Yep.
is.
So you know, I told my girlfriend. She's freaking out. She's hysterical. You know, she's asking about what happened to her or whatever. Like, you need to go talk to her. And she's like, well, where's she at? I go, well, she went out the front door. She just started walking. I said, you know, you should go get her or give her a ride or something. So my girlfriend, you know, gets dressed real quick, gets in her car, takes off, and, you know, like 5 minutes later, she comes back. She's like, I can't find her. I don't know where she went. Right. So I'm I'm like, well, this is fucking bullshit, right? Like, what the hell? You know, we let this person leave this person here, and now we have this situation. I don't even know what she's talking about. So, you know, I typically don't get up till about 10. Um, my girlfriend typically gets up at like 6:30 to get ready for work. So she's up. You know, I get back into bed. You know, try to go back to sleep. Can't go back to sleep, but I try. You know, and so I end up getting up and having a conversation with my girlfriend as she's getting ready for work, you know, trying to get some answers as to when they got here, how long they've been here, why didn't she give me the phone call to give me the heads up that there was even anybody at the house, you know, this whole leaving somebody here. It was just a lot of shit that had happened in a short amount of time. And my girlfriend at the time, she's not very forthcoming with information a lot of times. You got to go fishing. Not one of her strong suits. So I was frustrated. I was pissed, actually, about how everything went down. Um, I told her that she needed to find out what the hell this was all about. And she had said that she had met this other person like one time at like a
The
mutual
girl.
friend. Yeah, the girl
Okay.
had met her briefly through another friend, and that she knew who she was but didn't know her. It was more of like an acquaintance, right? So I said,
Yeah.
well, you need to call your friend and backtrack this and figure out what the fuck is going on.
So did
And so,
anything come from that? Her reaching out to the friend, like, did you know?
well, yeah, you know, they basically said, you know, they came back and said, oh, well, you know, she's saying that, you know, she was SA'd, and, you know,
So okay.
partly,
So how long after this happened did she then make those claims? Was it days or the same that next day or
yeah, it was within 48 hours, like, we knew that that was the said claim.
that was the situation? Okay.
Yeah, right. And then I found out that, you know, she didn't know whether it was just him or both of us, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, like, that's effing bullshit, you know? Like, I had nothing to do with anything. If anything, I should have maybe been more vigilant to having my girlfriend have a conversation with her before they went in there to see if she was okay, if she felt comfortable with it, or, you know, what the her intentions were, maybe to be an advocate for her versus just having a conversation with him, you know. But
Right.
this is me looking back at the situation several times over the years, figuring out, like, the air, or, you know, the shoulda coulda wouldas of the situation, right? What would you do differently to prevent said things from potentially happening, right?
And what have you landed on? in like the role that you played there, and you know what I mean? Like what are the lessons, I guess, that you learned from that? Like, look, today that still stuck with you.
I would say that the biggest lesson that I learned is that it's not just the girlfriends, it's not just the fellow girls, it's everyone involved. And I think that when I was talking to Wesley on that live, he went on pause and he went and talked to his wife about the story that I had told up to this point, and he came back on and kind of summed it up, and we came to the same conclusion was, when you have people at your house, ultimately you need to take responsibility for those people.
Right. I mean, civilly, I think you would be liable for shit that happens to people that's in your house. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
You probably could have been sued civilly.
Possibly. Yeah. So, looking back from that perspective, I, even though I didn't know her, definitely should have had a sidebar conversation with my girlfriend and be like, hey,
What the
dude's asking to go back into a room. I don't know who this person is. You need to have a conversation to make sure that she's on board with said activities, right?
Right.
And I didn't do that. I just had the sidebar conversation with him about whether it was okay for him and her to go in there, not, I guess, asking enough questions. And I failed. I failed to ask enough questions. Is where I have boiled down to. Like that sidebar conversation needed to have a secondary sidebar conversation.
So, do you think it may have disarmed you because when you got home, your girlfriend and these two people are there? Like, to me, that would change the context of that situation a little bit. It's like, oh well, she knows him. She knows her. I would have assumed that she knew her. Of course, I'd have been pissed about it, regardless. I'd have, they'd have probably gotten tired of me saying shit. But
yeah,
I don't know. So like, well, what played into the decision? And Brioska has a great question in there, and I'm going to get to that, Brioska. I appreciate you asking. Why didn't you report that when, within 48 hours or whatever, you learned that the allegations were, against both you and him? Why didn't you? What was your thought process?
I heard through the mutual friend that she had went to the police already. So
you felt like it was like, well,
yeah, the process had been initiated by her, right?
Right.
And then I decided it would be a good idea to get a lawyer and just kind of be proactive at this whole notion that I had anything to do with that. And so I hired a lawyer, and
can you understand why hiring a lawyer might look to some as guilt?
Well, it's the same argument that somebody would say that when you plead the fifth, that, if you have nothing to hide, then just talk to the police. And I've heard of too many different situations where that's just not the right perspective. You need to head things off before things sometimes even begin.
Yeah. And I don't even agree with the premise of my question, but I know that there are people out there that would see that you do that and, and think that that's, well, he's guilty. He's only worried about himself. But, in a situation like that, if you're not in it, I don't know that you'd fully understand, the necessity of having a lawyer. Because, shit, it is what it is, I guess. Now, let me go real quick to Bryoska's question. Did you communicate with your guy friend that brought this person over to your house after the event? Did you continue a friendship with him?
No, I never spoken with that gentleman again until many, many years later when we ran into him at a restaurant. And I say we, I mean my girlfriend that went through this situation with me. We ultimately were together for 23 years. So 10 plus years later. But no, I never spoke to that person again. Never hung out with that person again. Didn't want nothing to do with that person at all.
Yeah, and have you beat yourself up over that? Because in situations, for me at least, I don't know about other people, but I'm always like, well, what did I do wrong? Is I must have fucked up somewhere. Like, was that something that you did? Like, what did you want to do to try and you know remedy the situation in whatever way you felt like you could? Like, was there something that you had wanted to do?
Well, I didn't know this person. I maybe had a total of like 45 minutes of interaction with this person. I probably couldn't even like identify this person out of a lineup, even maybe at the time this even happened. So my whole thing is with this is, if any type of closure was to take place, it would be when that other person felt comfortable for something like that to even happen. So, like, my girlfriend nor I didn't have any contact with this person unless this person was going to reach out to us. And I say that because my girlfriend and I, we talked about this night many, many times after this, because it's one of those things where you look back and you look at so many things that could have been done differently. you know um, her communicating to me that people were there, that they were hanging out partying, which is respectful.
Did she
um,
ultimately agree that it was fucked up that she had them over there without ever even saying anything to you? Did she?
yeah.
I mean, this aside from the
Yep.
story you're telling, but
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, because
Yep.
yeah, I would have, I've been with my wife for 26 years. I would have definitely had a problem with that. So what happened? Was that guy ever arrested? Were you arrested? Were you ever charged?
Yeah. So the case was given to the grand jury, and the I went in and gave a deposition on basically the version of the story that I'm giving you today. Told him about everything, right? Um, they had a lot of questions about like who had said rugs and who didn't. Um, eh, you know, told them that the person that went into the room is the one with the rugs, and I didn't know if they were consuming more rugs in there or not. I don't know. I don't know what they did in there. Um, Told him about the timeline from me getting off of work all the way through to her, taking off on her own. Um, from my perspective, and my lawyer basically said, "Hey, we're gonna, we did our part. We're just gonna have to wait and see what they decide to do." So, um, didn't hear anything back for a while, a couple of months, and
After the deposition, you mean?
yep, right.
Yeah.
Called my lawyer. He said he hadn't heard, and then he finally got back to me about a week later and said that she being the girl, wasn't cooperating with the investigators, didn't make contact about anything like that. So, based on the fact that, everyone was on rugs and that this complainant was not cooperating, that, it doesn't look like they're going to proceed with anything.
So you said that the victim was not cooperating. Did they ever tell you why? Like, or
No.
how, in what way she wasn't cooperating?
Nope. Just that she was not cooperating with the investigators.
That
So,
sucks.
so like for me, that was the end of it.
Right.
Until many years later, when I got a certified envelope in the mail, which was basically my case file, because my lawyer had passed away, which was pretty random. But yeah,
So, okay, so Jules asked, were you charged with anything?
no,
So the grand jury deposition was to decide whether or not to press charges. That's what I understand it, right?
yes,
Okay.
right,
And so they ultimately didn't, as a result of all the witnesses that were there were inebriated in some way.
yeah,
And that the victim was not cooperating.
right,
Which they could have gone forward with anyway, but because of all of the, I guess, negative things about the case in terms of like, the stability of the witnesses, I assume that's what, why they made that determination.
yeah.
And unfortunately, a lot of these issues it never get brought to light, and it's a, I mean, do you see the problem with how that worked out for her? Because it's important to look at it from her perspective, because she had to deal with something, and I assume you don't know what it is. Did they ever tell you what exactly she said happened?
No,
So it was just that, the allegation was that, there was a grape allegation between the
Yes.
both of you.
yeah,
Right. But when
And-
she woke up, she was confused and didn't, say anything about it at that time.
She didn't know where she was.
Right.
Like I've been enjoying myself to the point where, you pass out and you wake up and you're like, where the hell am I? I've been there. I've experienced that.
Now,
Relatable, I guess.
somebody asked, the guy with her, he was never charged either, or do you know?
To my understanding, no. But I think he was set up and ended up like I didn't know any of this until later on, but when we ran into him at the restaurant like 7 years later, randomly, like we asked like, oh, how you been? Small talk. How's everything going? And he said that he did 5 years for selling. And
The rugs.
yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I guess there's
So-
some form of justice there. Well,
Yeah.
let me ask you, like, what you learned from that situation, and clearly there's things that you didn't do that you should have done. Is there something that you would say to men to prevent that shit from happening if they find themselves in even a remotely similar situation?
Ask questions, assume nothing, and if you are going to assume the worst. And that goes for intentions as well. Like I said previously, like my girlfriend should have had a sidebar with her, just as I had a sidebar with him. She should have had a sidebar with her saying, hey, this person, has asked for a room. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with staying the night with him here? If I think that if I would have initiated that ask of her with her, then at least we could take the perspective that we were being responsible with the people that were in our house.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest one. And I have been in this situation since then. Have friends stay over, right? Both men and women, for that matter. And the way that we remedied this issue is we made them stay in the living room. Like, you can spend the night, but you're sleeping on the couch. To try to combat this very situation that we're talking about right now.
Yeah, and I don't go to the bars a lot. I would only ever go to karaoke. And I remember watching this situation once, and I was actually really proud of the bartender, what have you, because there was this lady who was clearly inebriated. I mean, she was pretty toasty. She was with another woman that was not as, inebriated as she was, and now she's fallen all over this other dude, and you can see that she's engaging with this person in a manner that adults do from time to time, and and the guy is reciprocating, and he's also been drinking, but the woman intervened, as did the bartender, because she wanted to go home with this guy, and he was okay with it. But the bartender and her were like, no, you're not going to leave with her because she's clearly too far gone. And so I think that is what people need to be looking out for. And in this case, maybe to you, she didn't look that, inebriated or whatever. But when, these things happen, it's a life of hell for the victims. So, if you, a man or woman, you see a situation like that, you should say something, even if you're wrong, even if you are wrong and that the guy has no intention of doing harm to this person. It's okay to be wrong and be the asshole that intervenes in someone else's business, because if you don't, you don't know. Maybe you stopped something that was could be in a lifelong trauma for that person.
Right. And that's part of the reason why I decided last week to tell that story, because a lot of victims of this particular act, they do give testimonies, and I think that it's for awareness, to educate people, to make people aware not to put themselves maybe in that situation. And I think that people around people that are intoxicated need to take extra precautions and ask questions. Like you said, at the bar, I was actually in that situation maybe 2018. Hadn't been to a bar in a very long time. Went to the bar, felt like the old guy at the end of the bar with the silk shirt and the gold chain on. I'm like, everyone's like in their 20s, and here I'm the 40 plus year old at the end of the bar. But everyone was all dancing, having a good time, and this girl had fell on the dance floor, like in close proximity to me, and I had gotten off of my stool and went to go try to help her up to see if she was okay, and like 5 of her friends showed up like banshees and like,
get off of her.
Yeah, they were like,
And what, that brings up a great point, because if you're in the situation you're talking about, where you're to you is this innocuous situation, this person falls, you're trying to help them up, and somebody does that, don't take it personally. They're trying to protect this person. And it's important that we, men especially, that we don't take that personally and feel like they're calling us out for something in that moment because they're doing what they think is right.
Yeah.
And I think that's okay.
Yeah. I said, "Hey ladies, I just trying to help. Saw she fell." And they're like, "Oh, well, she's with us. She's fine." And I'm like, "Okay.
All right. Enjoy your night.
Good to know.
Don't step on that spot."
Yeah, and so, I had got another drink, went out to the patio and saw the group of friends, and I just stopped and said, "Hey, she's lucky to have friends like you guys. She looks like she's pretty messed up. Take care of her tonight." Ended up
did that situation remind you of the previous situation? Like, did that make you think about it?
Well, it's interesting that, like, you're just coming home from work one day thinking that you're just going to come home, maybe put a pizza pocket in the microwave and watch some TV until 3 a.m. and go to sleep like I normally do. Right.
Right.
And then all this shit fucking happens. Right.
Right.
But, like, I asked myself, like, would I have stopped living that lifestyle if that wouldn't have happened? And if not, what would have my life looked like? Because I stopped living that lifestyle. Like, this was a huge wake up call because I saw the error in my judgments and the fact that the rugs and the drinking were probably an impairment on me making good decisions. Right. And so, like, from that moment forward, I didn't live that lifestyle. Like, I didn't do any more rugs from that night forward.
Yeah.
Over 20 plus years ago.
And that's a good thing. I think somebody had brought up you had a JD picture in your background when you were on that live, and you'd pointed out the irony of it, but
yeah.
I think I don't drink anymore either, but I still have like Crown bottles and stuff at the house,
Yeah.
But branding is, it is what it is, I guess. Now,
yeah, it's just
okay. So to the people that were listening, if you heard the whole story, this was told, and I'm not sure, and I'm not going to name any names who went in there. It was moderators, and we were in the mod chat. And somebody says, "Hey, this is, Hoodlum is on this live, and he's saying that he didn't report this, this thing that happened." And so, at first, we're all confused because, some things are getting tossed, like bits and pieces of the conversation are getting put into the mod chat. So I'm like, well, give me the link. So I go to the live so I can hear. Because Hoodlum does come on the show every now and then. He's well hated by many, many people, and the mods have wanted me to remove Hoodlum from the panel before. Pretty much every time that he would come on the show, I would be asked to stop letting him come up. Among other people, Millie. Also, when Millie was up here, our biggest viewership show, I was asked by a mod to not platform her, and what are our values if we're platforming this for views? And I didn't understand that because to anybody watching, like, I am a free speech absolutist. I've said it many, many times, even as a liberal. I'm not going to platform certain things. You can go back, if you've ever watched my shows, I've removed people for saying ridiculous shit, and have no issue doing that. But I also don't like deplatforming people just for, anything. It has to be something that's, overt, at least in my mind. And I don't know what that is until I hear it. You know what I mean? And so that was where this was going. Within 5 minutes of me being made aware of this, one of the mods said, we should not be entertaining this, and this was before I had any information about what was going on. So I go into this live, and I'm hearing his story, and I'm reading the chat we're going through this whole thing, and I managed to get on the panel after you were basically done. I started asking you questions because I had things that I had missed. So I had even talked about, you wanting to apologize. And I think you had answered, that what you said before, that it would be on her terms if she wanted that, but that you did want to. And so to me, I'm like, I have no other information to go on other than what this dude right here is saying. And we can say he's a liar and that he lies about things and that it's not true. But if I'm going to do that, it's just total assumption on my part. I don't like that. I have had myself proven wrong on this show, even with my own things that I put up, facts. I look it up. I've had mods that were proven wrong. They've said things. I pulled it up on the thing. It turns out they were wrong. And that's what I go for. So I want people to come up here, especially people I disagree with, so that we can have uncomfortable discussions about topics that I think are important. That's what this show has been about. Now, the mods had been trying to, and not all of the mods, okay, actually very few of the mods, they had been kind of like pushing me in a direction that I didn't want to go. But these are my friends. These mods I've come to really enjoy being around. We've had really great conversations. So in that moment, they're really pushing and pushing for me to deplatform him over this story that he's telling right now. And to me, this goes against the principle that I have of everybody's welcome to come up here, and have these conversations. And so I'm like, I don't see that there's anything here that I would deplatform. He wasn't charged. He wasn't convicted. He was, you know what I mean? He showed remorse for what he did. And now I don't know if they were in there when he said that, because at least one of them had kept leaving because this person had been, triggered through their own trauma. I'm not going to say who it was or what that trauma is. That's not my story to tell. So I'm not sure what they missed or what they heard, right? So I eventually give in because I'm like, sorry to tell you, Hoodie, I don't really give a shit about this dude, right? Like, I don't. I just, on a personal level, I think it's funny to watch people get so mad about him, but I don't care about him. I care about my mods more than I did this guy. So I'm like, why is it even an issue for me? So I decided, and I posted in the chat, I'm like, hey, okay, I'm going to go ahead and violate my own principles to kind of squash this. But whenever I did that, I went to bed afterwards and we kind of let it go. But then I woke up the next morning. I'm like, I really need to make sure that they understand what this show is for and what the direction is that I want this show to be. So I write this long message and it details all of these things. And in it, I even said, look, I did not agree to deplatform Hoodlum because I agree with you. I did it because I care more about you than I do about him. And this is, and I lay out the vision of the show, almost like a mission statement. And I leave it with an open-ended question. I waited for basically 9 hours for a response. Not one mod even emojied the damn shit, even though I knew they were active. So when that happened, and I'd also at the same time had a subscriber who reached out to me to pressure me into deplatforming Hoodie. Now, this person had sent this message before I had said that I wasn't going to have Hoodie, but I didn't read it until the following day. So now I know that I have a mod that is openly going to my community to pressure me into making a decision about stuff. And I'm not really even mad about that. I believe this person believes that they were doing the right thing in their own mind. I don't think it was malicious necessarily. So I realized, okay, you know what? If I pull one out, it's going to, this person's going to be upset and they're going to, lash out or whatever. And so I'm like, I just really want mods that share the vision of the show. So I made the decision to purge them all, whether they were part of it or not. Most of them were not part of this discussion. So forgive me, I gotta get some water. So yes, Val, I will. Let me finish what I got to say. So I purged them all, and I'd planned on bringing it up that next live that I did. And I was going to tell this story, what I heard, because I'm as transparent as you can be, right? I'm pretty much an open book to a fault. People know shit about me that they shouldn't because I told them. So, but before I could get to the live, one of the mods had brought it up in the Discord with screenshots. So I'm like, well, here we go. So I respond to it and I go through that, and that kind of dies down. But then I go live, and then I see these people come into the live. And so they're watching the live. And then I get subscribers that are reaching out to me with screenshots of these messages that at least one of the mods, and I'm not going to say who it is, at least one of the mods is sending to my own community. Just bald-faced fucking lies about what happened. Just complete fabrication, libelous shit that, that could easily be won in a court. And so, at this point, I'm like, well, what do you do? I don't know what to do. I've never been in this situation, but I wanted to defend myself, but at the same time, I didn't want to feed it. So, this goes on. This has been 4 days now, and I just keep getting people telling me that these people are just coming out after me with this smear campaign because of this story right here and this conversation that happened in the mod chat. Now, I opened that mod chat so that everybody could read every message that was ever in there because I stood by everything I said, and I stand by it today. So that's where we're at. The mods are still upset, so you may get some random message from somebody. And that's why I finally decided, you know what, I've never not defended myself with accusations if somebody's accusing me of something, especially if it's not true. So this is basically, me saying what you're hearing from these people, and I don't know what they're saying now, but at least one of the things that I saw was just a complete and total fabrication of fucking reality altogether. And then it gets back into the issue of Democrats eating their own. Like I didn't do anything wrong here. People, I don't know what their problem was, but you're eating your own over something that, in my opinion, is not even an issue. And why are we not even going after the creator, that the guy that had him on that show? Was it 2 days later, Hoodlum? He had him on again.
Yeah, maybe
so
the next day, 2 days, yeah.
Right, so I'm supposed to not have him up because of something that was said on another live, yet they aren't going after that other person who continues to have him up. And they say it's all about viewership and this and that and whatever. No, it's about what I think is right. And I don't think what they did was right. And I will say, I think that in their minds, the people that are doing this are doing it for righteous reasons. I know one of them seems to be doing it out of malice because of some of the things that this person has said, but the other person, I think believes that they are right. And, maybe I would do the same thing. I don't know, but it is what it is. So with that, let me go ahead and bring up Val. Val has decided to come on, and I really appreciate that. Val, welcome in. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so none of the other people are around, so I will speak for the mods on the...
Now, I haven't named anybody. I just want to make clear.
I won't name names, don't worry.
Okay.
So, the way I'm going to break down is it's as simple as this. From my understanding, and from what I've been involved in, there's too much fucking internet drama to go around. I don't have fucking... I work. I work full-time. I haven't had a chance to be on TikTok all the time. I don't have time to be on a panel or anything. So, what the fuck? You caught me on a day where I don't go into work till 1. So, the mod's stance from this, and I will explain at least my point of view of not responding to your, 7-paragraph thing, which was when we had talked the previous night, it was like, oh, the hatch has been buried.
Right.
And, it was, I think, my day off. That was Sunday or Saturday or Monday? It was Monday morning. You sent the entire paragraph.
Yeah.
Like the 7 paragraphs saying, this is what I expect. And I'm like, my day off, I'll sit there and enjoy it. We buried the hatchet Sunday night. Then came that Sunday night message, or that Monday night message of you were removing the entire mod team. And you said that a power play had formed, and there was clicks, and there was movement going around underneath you to do things. And I'm like, I want to send a message back and say, hey, like, no. It was a bunch of us have banded together saying we don't appreciate having Hoodie up after the story had been told. The discussion among all of us was that, hey, sorry, I'm trying to find words. I'm pretty much having the middle of an anxiety attack. So I was not expecting this today. Which was, I'm like, I want to send a message. The overall response was, let's just let this all calm down. But then I slept on it. And I'm a person that is very deep held within my convictions. And I'm not the type of person to change.
Sure.
Not, you know what I mean? Not change, but I hold myself to my morals and my convictions. And I said, I cannot take this as an insult to that there was a power play behind it all. I will say this: I was not one of the mods that had advocated for Hoodie to get removed before this. Do I not like Hoodie? Yeah. Fuck yeah, I don't like Hoodie. That's no offense to you. And please,
it's
chat,
a pretty common theme, we'll say, right? Pretty common
chat.
theme.
Please stop fucking shit talking me. I'm in the middle of having a fucking anxiety attack. I was not expecting this today, and I really don't have the time for this.
Yeah, and to the people in the comments, I am glad that Val came up here, okay? Because Val has reached out since, and, Val is not, I don't believe, a bad actor in what I was talking about with the smear campaign. I don't know really who all's doing it, but I know it's, it's happening. So, I appreciate Val for having guts to come up here, I
think most of the other people are asleep or whatever. So I held at my conviction because I've been dragged through the mud like that before, of power plays, clicks, whole 9 yards. I'm like, that is not true. I broke down the entire timeline, the entire story in the chat, and then I said, 4 mods have come forward saying that we do not feel comfortable allowing Hoodie up on the panel. We then turned around and said, and then, did I take screenshots of everything? Yes. And liberal, and
this was before the purge, for the record.
This was before the purge.
Those screenshots were taken before the purge.
No. Yes. I took screenshots because I both A, had a feeling of where it was going to go, and B, I like to be prepared in case shit goes down. And that's just how I am. I take screenshots of fucking everything.
But you can understand why I would see that and be like, well, that kind of proves the point.
And that's why I'm glad I get to explain myself right now.
Sure.
With that, even with my own girlfriend, whenever me and her get into a fight, I have screenshots of fucking everything.
I do the same thing.
To back up my stance. So that's why I shared the screenshot, because it was you defending Hoodie of, well, he was never charged.
Yeah.
And that's the screenshot I had shared. I had sent that just before I clocked in for work. And the whole shit went down. I do not know who these bad actors are that are spreading everything, as I have completely distanced myself from everything. But the overall stance was that, listen, we heard Hoodie's story. I was the one who originally found it because I was scrolling through pages. I was going through lives, and I'm like, oh shit, a wild Hoodie. What's going on?
Right. As you do. As we all do.
I mean, to me, it's as simple as this. I mean, he, even in this live, has changed his story from the one he originally told.
Well, okay, so let me say, do you think it's fair to say changed, or there are details that are added to it? Because, I mean, we're talking about a 21-year-old story, right? I mean, I'm not sure if you know what I mean?
I'm going off his words exactly. And he's like, I remember that night like it was last night, like it was yesterday.
Okay.
Had routinely changed his story in that live, and has changed it I actually sent my partner the entire message that I had put in the mod chat to break everything down. Just as I'm not the one to save everything. Like I said, I am the one to save everything, but I'm like, you know what? I just want to save this for this. So to explain how he changed his story. So originally, it was he knew his friend was coming over, and then now it's I didn't know, and then it's also been, oh, I stopped talking to him after I was deposed, because that's when I knew it was serious. And then it was, oh no, he wasn't really my friend. I barely knew him. It's just there's these constant little tweaks to someone that apparently says that they remember it like the story like it was yesterday. That makes it seem like he's constantly twisting and turning it. And I mean, Hoodie has said some fucking outrageous shit that I haven't even screen recorded. The day after everything went down, and I don't know if you know this, Tim, he was in another live saying, I would rather my mother and my daughter to be raped than vote for a communist.
Yeah, and that was an answer to the question. And Hoodlum, do you want to address that statement?
I was in the live for the entire time.
Yeah, so it's funny that you say that, because that's actually the question that brought this story to light on the internet in the first place.
No, this was 2 days after, or a day after.
I understand that, but what you might not understand is that was just a repeat of that question that was asked to me that day that I gave this testimony. This testimony has not been verbalized since that day to anyone except for my lawyer and the people that I gave the deposition to and my girlfriend. Okay. So you know, when somebody asks me if I'm going to choose between a communist and a rapist, I say, well, when you look at communism in an example of Mao and Stalin, it's like 50 million people that aren't here anymore because of said thing. Okay.
I'm not going to get into the whole debate about communism and capitalism.
There is no debate. These are facts, Val. There's no debate.
Capitalism unalives 75 million a year, so.
Right. Okay. So I don't want to get off track here. I think, you know, the question itself is stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's kind of, it really is. If from a perspective of somebody who doesn't, if Hoodie has a vision of what communism looks like, and you ask him that question, he's basing it off of his own perspective of what communism is or what it leads to. But again, it's a question that's designed to create answers that will, you know, be inflammatory. That's the purpose of the question. So
100%.
the question, you know, it's, you know, what do you say to that?
I will just finish saying up what the whole point, which was, so at that point, and I don't know if even you know this, liberal, he has been banned from so many different lives because he never comes up in good faith. And from what we had talked about, was this was supposed to be a good faith debate space.
Yeah.
And Hoodie does never come. Name one time Hoodie has come up for an actual debate, not just spewing random bullshit, and then we fucking shit on him for using a fucking podcaster for his news.
Right. Well, okay. To that point, Hoodlum is a subscriber to the channel. I don't think I mentioned that. Not that it matters a whole hell of a lot, but he is paying money to, you know, to have this loud badge on his stuff. So, and he comes up into me. I just, it irritates me. It irritates me, some of the shit that he says. Yes, it's like talking to a brick wall. I think everybody in the comment section that has dealt with Hoodie understands that. I think even Hoodie himself would acknowledge this. But again, like, if he wants to come up and he wants to debate or whatever, some of the things that we've talked about with Hoodlum have sparked decent conversations, even, to the point of agreement on some things. I think, and when Hoodlum was in the subscriber only live, were you there, Val?
I was. I remember.
Yeah.
I've looked over the notes.
Yeah, and Hoodlum was not the Hoodlum we see on the panel, was he?
No.
No. So, it's almost like this persona. And is that disingenuous? And should that be on the panel? That's a different discussion than what we were having. Right? But again, and you may not have been one of the people that was constantly wanting me to deplatform him, but others were. And it was every time. And it was not just Hoodlum. It was multiple people. And I've had, even in...
I know.
In the,
I trust me, I've been talking to both sides.
Right.
I refuse to make, and as much as they fucking say this, is I refuse to pick sides because I don't have time for fucking pointless internet drama. I said my piece when I did it, and then bowed the fuck out.
Yeah, and I appreciated that, and I didn't think that you were doing those things either.
Can I ask Val a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Sure.
So, have you ever played the game of telephone before?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so this is what happens on this app all the time. So, when you look at the Brett Cross situation, right? Supposedly I said XYZ to Brett, right? And
I do know how I know the way you're going at, but the telephone game nowadays, especially when it comes to apps, is not as concrete as it used to be when it was like, oh, so and so told me this, so I tell so and so that, but then they hear this, so they tell someone this. I mean, a lot of this stuff a lot of stuff online can now be backed up with screen recording, screenshots, the whole 9 yards. So it's no longer a pointless game. Like someone just said in chat, everything's recorded.
Right, and that's what makes it even worse, Val, because what
in a
that
minute,
solidifies...
I'll bring you up in a minute.
It solidifies... you want to talk about disingenuous? How about people creating a narrative based on wanting to, cancel somebody because you don't like them,
and to that point
of the data?
To that point, let me read to you what was sent to one of my subscribers. This was like day one to what Hoodie is saying here, because it wasn't just like, it's in two parts. It's kind of long. I'll just read it quickly. This person said, "Hey, I just want you to know, in case you don't already, that on Sunday, Liberal Loudmouth was made aware that Hoodlum is an accused grapist. He then applauded and coddled him on a live where he was confessing all of this. That's not true. Matter of fact, I was asking you very pointed questions. He was brought up on charges, and before a grand jury, he was deposed. The only reason he wasn't found guilty was because they were all on rugs under the influence. Liberal is masquerading as someone who cares about social justice, but told myself and 3 other mods that he at first would still platform Hoodlum because it was, quote, good for business and, quote, viewership. He was only willing to stop platforming him once he realized that 4 mods, 3 of whom are survivors of SA, told him they didn't feel safe with Hoodlum. He told us our stance was to, quote, give him an ultimatum, which is false, and they did do that. This person said outright, I will not be back here and I will not participate in this if you continue to platform Hoodlum. That is an ultimatum. And I don't do that. That was one
person. I know exactly who sent that. That
was
one person.
And I'm not going to say who it is, but it was an ultimatum. And this person goes on to say, which is false. We told him we didn't want to see a grapist platformed. After we stood up to Liberal, he unmodded all of his mods, and when confronted about his actions on his Discord, he doubled down on his decision to run his show, quote, his way, because it was a business. I just want you to know that Liberal allows racism and is now allowing SA perpetrators on his lives because it's, quote, good for business. I have completely disassociated from him because I won't excuse him trading the safety of trans people and women for views and gifts. I just wanted you to know and take accountability for my part in sharing his live. When he showed me who he was, I left, but not after he retaliated against myself and 2 others who were trans for trying to have a safe space for good faith debate. Please do with that what you will. I have screenshots, videos, etc. of his racist and unsafe actions. Just FYI, I don't do trust me, bro. Now,
I just wanted to respond to one comment I saw real quick. Jules, to me, and this is all fucking pointless internet drama. I could care less. I hope Tim does. I do hope that Tim goes well. Do me and him have his disagreements on definitely like moral shit? Yeah. Do I want him to fail? No. Do I think that people are gonna do what people are gonna do? Yeah. And it's to me that I have work to handle. I have all this other shit to fucking deal with. Trying to balance relationships, trying to balance work, cool down time. I don't have time for this bullshit to get thrown in. Like I said, I said my piece that morning, bowed the fuck out. I have nothing to do with all this constant ongoing drama.
Now, I want to point out that this person said, I left, but no, none of these people left. I purged them all. And only then did these things start coming out. Right. And to Val, I understand, and maybe what I shouldn't have done, because in my public announcement that I made that I was purging the mods and starting anew, and that I would be having an application and vetting process going forward for mods. Maybe I shouldn't have put in there about the click stuff, but to me, purging all of my mods, people who have come to be familiarized with my channel, right? It needed some kind of explanation. I wasn't going to go too far into detail. But it is true that there was some kind of, power play going on, because this mod had reached out to my subscribers to complain about me, to pressure me into making that decision. And it didn't even color my decision. I made it before I even read the message, but that was sent before. So there was this power play going on, at least from my perspective. And maybe I shouldn't have added that stuff. And maybe had I not, none of this would have happened. That's possible too. But I felt like it was the fairest thing to do would be to just purge everybody and then, bring them all back in.
All I'm going to say this is to you, Dr. Bob. The only reason I'm here is because none of the other former mods can make it. It's as simple as that. I'm representing the 4 that originally raised concerns about everything.
So the live that I told my story, which by the way, I feel like is a very vulnerable place to be. I didn't share it to explain my answer. I shared it out of the same reasons that a lot of people share these stories, and that's for awareness, and that maybe a young man in a frat house that sees questionable things going on, that will ask that girl if she's okay, that will get involved in that situation when these other people are doing these said things. And I think that ultimately, I think that when people do tell their stories, it's for awareness. And I just feel like, unfortunately, as the internet is, quick to judgment, gets the story wrong, manipulates it into something that it's not. And I think that when Lib Loudmouth came up on the panel, he was asking verifying questions. We were having him and Wesley and I were having a very insightful conversation about what men should do in that situation, right? Wesley even went on pause and went and asked his wife about what she felt about all these said things. So my testimonial sparked real conversation about these things from a man's perspective, right? And it just turned into some person coming onto the panel accusing everyone on there as being SAers if you
Yep.
don't just denounce and kick somebody and demonize them forever. And I think
And then I got into it with that person because,
yeah,
like, you're attacking me. And I kind of did the same thing Val did. It's like, she didn't say you specifically, but she said everybody on there, which included me. So I defended myself, which, you know, so I understand what Val was doing. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. So you know, Lib, he says, hey, you know, I'm just asking questions. We're having a good conversation. Wesley chimes in and says, yeah, we were having a really good conversation about the guy's perspective on how we move forward protecting women and men in this situation. And then this person totally blows up the situation, the conversation, and has these absolute positions. And then, you know, the story gets all twisted into something that isn't even what it's about.
So,
Yeah. And, oh, go ahead, Val.
So all I'm gonna like, I do get where you're coming from. I'm not gonna sit here and play dumb and say no, you're wrong. It's like I said, the big thing that stuck out to the mods overall was legitimately just the fact that you kept changing your story over and every single time you got pressed on something that made you look bad, you changed it again. First it was, oh yeah, I knew he was gonna be over there, and then next it was, well, no, actually, I didn't.
But I never said that, Val. Not one time. Not one
I
time.
I didn't hear that either. But
I was when I first joined, I sat there for 5 minutes listening.
Right.
But
And then it was, oh well, and even in this live, oh, he wasn't really my friend. He was just more. I barely knew him. He was just my.
I never said that today.
You did. You said that he was barely my friend.
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure that I said that he was my rug dealer and that we hung out even going to the lake. Did I not say that?
You said that after you. So the way it started, to be exact, and I'm not trying to fucking, like I said.
Yeah. Keep in mind, this is my story. And I think that when we talk about testimonials, like let me give you an example. If a woman were to give you a testimonial about her experience, would you question her story?
Or I question everybody's story.
Yeah, so
I mean, as someone, I will fucking be honest about it. As someone who, within the span of 2 weeks, was accused of SH twice, yeah, I question everybody's stories. Even my own partner. When my partner is acting funky, I question her stories. When she says, "Oh, well, I was doing this, and this," I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then I'll ask her later that day, "Oh, yeah, what were you doing when you did this, and this?" I poke holes. I look for little gaps because I grew up with two pathological fucking liars. I don't believe what most people say. And I sit there and go...
do you think that may color also the way that you're hearing things, right? So and I'm kind of the same way with you. I don't trust anybody, so I understand exactly what you just said, but I've come to realize that sometimes causes me to maybe fill in gaps myself.
No,
right?
I've been stuck here because when I sat there in queue, I didn't want to leave because, like I said, I have to go to work still. I still have to go to work in 50 minutes. I'm sitting there like, okay, I'm going to listen to everything to make sure I have everything correct because I don't want to come out swinging. And to quote someone I just said in chat, a lot of times you will only find truth through examination. Over time, people slip up.
Sure. And that's why I went on there to ask questions.
Comparing the story from Sunday to the one we've heard today, it's the base details stayed the same, but the smaller details that people paint have changed over and over and over again. Whether it would be, oh, he was a friend of mine. Oh, actually, nope, sorry, he was my dealer. Oh, I knew he was there because even I remember the person asked you. He's like, well, it's weird that they left so early into the party, isn't it?
But wasn't a party.
If you knew there was going to be a party, I'm quoting the person that was talking to you about it.
Well, here's the thing. Like, again, I work swing shift. I work from 4 to 12:30 every day during the week. Okay, I, I'm coming home to just another night of most likely my girlfriend asleep in bed, right? Because the night's already happened without me, right? So for me to come home and see a car in the driveway, I'm like, what the hell is going on? I walk into the door and I'm like, already like, okay, like what's going on? Like, oh, hey, what's up? Oh, you guys are hanging out partying? Huh, okay. Like, I didn't get a text from my girlfriend. I didn't get a phone call. Hey, just want to let you know so and his friend are hanging out. We're all just, drinking, doing whatever. Like, I didn't get that. I came home blinded by a situation that was already happening, right? Like, that's been my story from the very beginning. Never wavered from that position, not one time. And a matter of fact, Lib Loudmouth asked me that very specific question. And I think I went in detail about that. But here again, getting back to the telephone, is people hear what they want to hear, right? For example, I gave a story about being accused of like 10 people accusing me of doing something at work, right? To try to get me fired, right? You know what that turned into? That turned into 10 people accused me of sexual harassment at work and I got fired. That's what that story turned into.
The official story that I have heard was that 10 people accused you, and 2 of them were found like 2 of the 10 were found truthful, and you had openly admitted that you had to take training about it.
See, this is
I was there when you admitted that you had to take training for it.
No, see, here's the thing. Like, these stories are to the means to an end. People don't like me. I get that, right? Understandable. We don't agree on a lot of political views. But these stories are being used as ammunition to cancel somebody, and the lies and the disingenuous positions that are coming from them are just outlandishly false.
And that's actually how, Val, that's actually when that conversation among us was going on about not having him on. That's what I was thinking. Because in my mind, I'm thinking all the damn times that one of the mods had said, stop platforming Hoodie. Why are we having him up? He's, a bad actor. He's this, that, he's that. Every time he'd come up, we'd have these conversations. So in this conversation, I know already that there is a huge bias against him. And not that I'm even trying to defend the fucking guy. This is about the principles, and what the show is about is I'm not going to, deplatform somebody because of this story that he tells from 21 years ago that he may not remember all the shit. And again, I don't have any details on the other side of this. I'm only hearing from him. There's nothing other than that I can go off of. And to me, I don't want to fill in any gaps because I have no information. For all I know, the story is total bullshit. I don't know that that's even not true. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so that's the way I was looking at it when all of this shit was going down. I knew people didn't want him there. I knew they had been trying to get him out. And so finally they find something that seems bad enough to push me into a direction I didn't want to go. And then I went there because, I cared more about you guys than Hoodlum's ass. But then when I tried to reiterate to you guys what the show was, what the direction that I wanted to take the show, not a single fucking person respected me or this show enough to respond. And that's why everybody got purged.
With that, and this is like from the 4 mods that me and the 3 other mods that I'm still in contact with. Each one of them gave a very valid reason for why they didn't respond, and I wish you could have heard them. I mean, I won't name names. One of them was at work actively, doesn't get home till super late at night. The other one, another one was dealing with their child, and I don't know the third one. For my third one, I think they were genuinely busy throughout the entire day. I mean, good example. I openly admitted, I looked at it and I'm like, oh, hey.
I have 9 mods.
I guess how many are active who are active in the Discord frequently?
Probably 4 or 5.
4, yeah, 4, which was the 4 of us.
Right. And you guys were also simultaneously having conversations with me in another mod chat. You admitted to reading it, Val. You admitted to reading it, and that you chose, you didn't respect what I was trying to do well enough to even emoji the damn thing or just to say I read it.
When I first even came up here, so please don't get mad at me. I openly said, yeah, it was my day off from work. I read it. I thought the hatchet had already been buried. Me and you had hashed it out the previous night.
When you read that, did you think that it had been hashed out?
Yeah, between me and you had talked that night, Sunday night, before.
Yep.
Sent the whole paragraph Monday morning.
And one other person, yes. But my question is that when you saw that there were questions at the end of that, nothing in your mind was like, maybe I should answer, because it was, matter of fact, I'll read it right here.
You don't have to read it.
I'll read the question. I'll read the question that I asked.
To me, legitimately, it was, I had already hashed things out privately in a voice call with you. To me, you already knew where I stood on everything. I just went, okay, I'm home. It's my day off. I read everything, and I went, okay. And then I reached out to the other mods, and we had talked
that day.
And where someone, I'm not going to name names, but someone was legitimately was like, yeah, I saw that he typed up a paragraph, but I was at work all day. And by the time I got home, I was already removed. I didn't have times to read it.
Well, okay, so what I asked was, what do you think this space is for? What are we building here, and what do you want it to be?
And I thought we had already hashed that out. I've already made it clear that I'm just in the same boat as you as a
okay, you're one out of many. And
yes.
Here's the thing, though. Also, after posting that, I read that message from a subscriber where somebody had gone, and I don't know. I have my, beliefs as to who it was. Went out to my subscribers to complain about me, tell them what had happened in a fucking private mod chat, to try and color in their own way to get them to pressure me to do something.
Yeah, Jules.
So, and again, it boils down to this. The modding is voluntary. It always was. And I appreciated everything that you guys did. Like, I really did. But when it came down to it, and I said, we need to go this direction, I think we're going a different direction, and I don't want to go that way. What do you think it's for? Nobody answered. Gone. It is what it is. And now, because as a result of this, these people didn't say anything before, but after they get demodded, then they go out, they sit in my fucking chat room, and they go to various people that are watching and send these shitty libelous messages to them. And then I've got another person who is posting video after video after video, one of which has my wife's fucking name in it. So I'm sorry. Like, I felt like I needed to do this to tell everybody what these people are doing. We're all Democrats, and we're eating our fucking selves alive while this fucking fascist fuck goes on to destroy this country. And they are so worried about somebody that they never perceived to be a bad person before this until they lost their mod status. And then after that, now I'm the worst person. So bad, in fact, that they have to spend 5 fucking days going around to the people in my community to shit on me, to lie about me. Can you at least understand why I might be a little fucking irritated by that?
Yeah, and can you count why I reached out to you frustratingly the very next day where you were still talking shit about me?
I did not talk shit about you. Now you're going to stand there and lie to this whole people, and I'm not going to let you stand there and lie. Bullshit.
I can pull up.
You want me to read?
Message.
I didn't fucking say anything bad about you.
Give me
what I said.
He has never said
No,
anything
that
bad
is
about
bullshit,
you,
Val. And I'll fucking read that message because I know exactly what you're talking about.
Give me 1 second to pull it up on Discord.
Read the whole fucking thing, though.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I can pull it up.
See, now you're literally just lying, bro.
No,
you're lying.
I'm literally pulling. I'm pulling. I have to
literally
sit here and
lying. No, you're
fucking
lying.
Liberal never said anything directly bad about you.
Nope.
Val. He never actually named
Never
names to
fucking
any
said
of us.
anything bad about any of the mods. Not one fucking time. Even while you guys are going around shitting on my people.
I'm not
It's
shitting
not-
on fucking anyone.
He
well, I don't know
repeated
about
over
you.
and over.
I have made it fucking clear since I fucking came on here that I don't give a fuck.
You came on here. Why?
Because guess what? None of the other mods are around, and I'm not going to let you tell a one-sided story.
That is what you tried to do.
Oh, so it's okay for you guys to tell a one-sided story
I'm
about
not
him
telling
to
a
his subscribers. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you, honey.
They're
'cause I
going
know you're
around
just
telling a
representing-
one-sided story right now.
Absolutely,
That's what they're
they
doing.
are.
So I'm on here telling.
have
No. Hold on, real quick. I'm here telling my side of the story when they are already out there telling their side of the story. So don't come in and say you had to make sure that the other side was being told, because it's already being told. That's why I'm here.
And it's being told by somebody sitting in a Discord chat being disingenuous, not saying anything to any of us who have said anything bad about the people who did this to him. Never one time publicly said in there, I don't agree with you guys and this is why. They never stood on their beliefs, but they felt happy to send screenshots. And then somebody I never was friends with on Facebook thought it was funny to put it up, calling people hypocrites, acting like they're gangster playing rap. But then they have their comments turned off because they're too scared to be confronted about stuff. I applaud you, Val, for coming up here and speaking on your behalf, because you're the only one out of that group that has had the cojones to do it in public with their own face.
And to Vaders, guys, if you don't want to be a subscriber anymore, DM me your Cash App or whatever. I will refund your money post haste. I don't force you to be in here. If you think this story is something that is going to prevent you from coming and watching this show, then maybe I don't want you to be a subscriber any fucking way.
Give me 1 second. I'm currently looking through the screenshot. I have like 5 pages of screenshots.
I'm sure you do, because somebody's sitting in the Discord just feeding it because, you know, we just want to keep it going. We just want to keep bashing this man. At the end of the day, I said what I said because it's his platform. He built it. If you sign up to be a moderator, it's no different than at work. He's still the boss. He's still the final say, whether you agree with it or not. If you don't agree, have some conviction about yourself, leave the situation and let it work out in the wash. You don't have to go around bashing someone's character and forcing them to share their trauma in a public manner just to add context to something. If somebody had forced you out of the closet, Val, or forced somebody out of the closet, it would be a whole different attitude by the 2 women that have come for me hard, and that is fine because I love living rent-free in somebody's head that dislikes me because it's funny to me to say stuff in Discord just to ruin their day. So they can keep doing that. But to force this man to publicly talk about his trauma that he didn't want to, just to give context to the fact that he was not condoning a SAer, is absolutely wrong. And that's why I said that these people are just degenerates. And I was not naming specific people, but to gang up on somebody on their platform and act like you have the power to hold it over their head, like you have some sort of power, like you're that important, was the issue for me.
To lawyer in the comments, there is nothing that I've said in public or private that I would say I didn't say. Nothing. And in fact, when this came up, Val said, and again, I named nobody in my public statement. Val brought it out. This other mod brought their name out in Discord. I didn't do it. And when that came out, Val was like, I've got 9 screenshots. Oh, I'll prove what I'm saying. I'll go home and I'll get my screenshots. I said, don't fucking worry about it, because I just went in there and opened up the mod chat. So anybody that wants to see how all of this came about, the entire fucking conversation, it's open. I'm as transparent a motherfucker as you'll ever find.
Yeah, I openly admitted to taking screenshots because I had a feeling that Either there was 3 possible ways this could go down. Either I took the
hold on real quick. Lawyer, then why didn't you say it when I asked you? You asked me a vague ass question out of fucking nowhere in a chat with 30 other people in it. I still to this day don't know what it is you're talking about. I pointed out to you that I'm sure to somebody I said she always calls people racist, because you do. Every time I turn around, you're calling somebody a racist. And I said that in the damn chat, but if you have something specific, like fucking show the screenshot, quote it, I really don't give a shit. Anyway, Val, go ahead.
All I've been trying to get the fucking point across is that did I drop a fucking nuke? Yeah, and that's because, like, I have made it very clear. I was not going to be allowed to be like, oh, there was a power.
I'll check my DMs.
I said, and I outright said it even when I first came up. That was my biggest issue with it. There was no click. There was no fucking power. Do I want to admit that four of the most active mods got together and said, hey, this is not okay, with only, I think it was 1 or 2 of them that had the biggest hate boners against Hoodie? Yeah.
Lawyer, which account did you DM me on? Because I don't see a direct message from you. You'd posted in a chat with like 30 other people. I don't know if you're aware of that. I saw no other message. Can you tell me? Not that it matters, but lawyer, your issue, I think, has nothing to do with this story. Your issue is that one of the mods started going through old private chats that had nothing to do with this story whatsoever, and then they're sending it around to anybody they think that it can hurt. There are multiple people that believe, and matter of fact, somebody posted a fucking video on TikTok with a fucking conversation that had just taken place 25 minutes before they posted the video. It's a video of them scrolling through the fucking Discord chat about somebody, and they left out other parts because, that goes against their argument that we're trying to shit on somebody in the Discord. It's in the fucking Discord. Go look at it.
But Jesus then they turn off the comments. Val, I have a question. Just as somebody who sat on the side and kind of read this, and then I took my line basically because if I call somebody a friend, yes, I will call them to account for things, but I would never, in a disagreement, give somebody a hardline ultimatum like we know one of the mods did, because that's not friendship. That's called trying to control something. And I understand that you guys had a thing about Hoodie, that he's triggering and he's this and he's that. Well, as you know, and I've heard you say it before, the internet is not a safe space. And it's just not. And if you're going to have 2 different sides of a political argument on a panel, it's not going to be a safe space. It shouldn't implicitly be, expected to be. So how would you have felt if you had built this platform and you had 4 people who were active moderators who stood up and you
and my friends,
in your heart, right, in your heart, you did not agree with the line they were taking because just morally you're all about fairness and let everybody have the view of him that they do, you know what I mean, type of thing. It stirs conversation or whatever. How would you have felt if you were in Tim's shoes? Because I feel like in all of that, no one ever considered that.
I have, actually. I haven't talked about this on the live, but I will gladly talk about it now as the group is mostly defunct. I was one of the originally founding members of a anti-Trump protest group that reached over 20,000 members that were all actively talking. There was 12 of us running it. And you know what? When we had a big ideological breakdown and a fucking difference when everything happened, guess what happened? The ones of us who disagreed, we dropped our piece in the chat, just like I did the day that everything went with Tim went down. And I said, hey, there was a big disagreement. All the 5 of us out of the 12 are stepping down. Good luck. And we stated our reasoning, and that's what I did. I said, and then I bowed out. And If I was in Tim's shoes, yeah, you know what? Would it hurt? Yeah, sure as shit. I became best friends with those 12 people. With the 12 people that were in there. We were on call every single night.
Are you saying that I should have shut my show down?
No.
Because, like...
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying is that,
well, then what's the correlation? I don't understand.
The correlation is that there was the... Because I went through a similar situation with this when there was the two major ideological groups within the fucking... Within... Kind of like your moderator situation. There was 12 of us making all decisions for this group. And there was a major ideological split. We all... The 6 of us, or the 5 of us that bounced, said we dropped our piece and fucked off, went and did our own thing.
Why didn't it end there, though?
Because both sides fucking hated each other.
See, and I would have been fine if y'all had done that. And by y'all, I'm not including you, because I don't think you're doing what some of them are doing. They didn't do that. They're just continuing to try and drag this shit down. Like just let it go. Like, it's done. It's over.
Why didn't they just leave and go on about their business and do something? Why such virile hatred and going after somebody so negatively that 24 hours earlier they were singing his praises instead of just being like, you know what, you did this, it pissed me off, I don't agree with this, I won't mod for your show if you have hoodie on it. As far as that program, I won't do it. And do it in the mod chat, hash it out, but respect that it is ultimately his thing. Like, I don't understand why the hate campaign had to start.
That's it happens on both the fucking. If we want to talk in the political aspect of this, it happens on both the left and the fucking right. Both.
No, I want to talk about this specific situation and why
situation?
Yeah, because you're the spokesman for this group, and I know you know a lot of what's going on. So in this situation, why did those people choose such a low-lying limb?
I'm not trying. Like I said, I'm the only one that's actively active right now, so that's why I'm fucking speaking up. But to break it down, the reason they're doing it is, I know at least one of them is doing it out of the moral obligation. I'm not going to name names, but it's the one that you kind of were saying, Tim, the one you were hinting at. I can't remember the exact words you used.
There's no morals in the way that the behavior's going on. So they're vengeful? Is that what you're saying? That they're being spiteful and vengeful?
One of them seems to be. One of them seems to be. The other one might have convinced themselves that what they're doing is right. And I even said this in a message to this person. I said, I have no malice towards you. I have no ill will towards you. This was that day that you posted that. I mean, I'll read the damn message if I need to. I reached out to them and said, I understand where you guys are coming from, but at the end of the day, it's my show. It has been moving in a direction that I didn't want it to go for a while. This person, the one person that I think has been kind of going and doing most of this stuff, is somebody that I almost got rid of the day before this happened. I shit you not, and I told you this that day. Because of the conversations I've had with this person. I was like, I don't need that extra shit, and it was, either way, I literally was hovering over the remove after one of the conversations that I'd had with this person. And I didn't. And then when that shit happened with Hoodlum, I'm like, well, fucking great. I wanted to get rid of this person anyway. But now if I do it, it's going to look like, oh, he did it because of this. Even though I wanted to get rid of that person prior to this, long prior to this. And Paula may even be able to speak on that. I'm not sure. It's been a while since Paul and I have really talked, so I don't know. But now I'm just ranting, so whatever.
So I'm going to respond to some of the comments because I see people adding me. The only reason I'm up here is because, am I in communication with the other 3 mods? Yes. And right now, none of the other ones are around. And you say that I'm burning myself for who aren't doing the same. I mean, they're doing their own shit to get themselves burned. That's not my responsibility.
Have you asked them to just let it go?
I've been the biggest proponent of just like, listen, just leave me the fuck out of it. I could care less. Because guess what?
So you're okay with what they're doing?
I'm okay with I'm not okay with what they're doing, but I'm not. I'm in that weird fucking.
So if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Am I wrong there?
No, I could give a rat's ass what goes on, because it's not, to use the correct term that my family always uses, not my circus, not my monkeys. I said my piece and I bowed the fuck out.
Well, so I mean, from the Discord server, because I purged everybody. Everybody was going to stay until I purged it, and then that's when everybody got upset. So this moral righteousness, give me a break about that.
For that person,
give me a break with that, because they didn't say shit unless they were trying to get me to make a decision that I clearly didn't want to, and said over and over and over and over again, and I clearly stated why I didn't want to do it over and over and over again. It violated my principles. I went against my own fucking principles because I thought you guys were friends, and I was trying to appease you guys and make you happy. But I realized once I did that, that meant that every fucking time something came out, they would know how to push that button and get me to give in. And that's one of the reasons that I made that long fucking post, to make it very clear that I didn't say I was going to not platform Hoodie because I agreed with it. I did it to please them and them only. And then I said, this is the direction the show needs to go. And then I asked you very specifically, and not one of you said anything, and here we are.
So when it comes down to what that former mod is doing, and I said moral obligation. I don't think it's a moral obligation. That's the closest word I can fucking find to it right now. The overall way I see it, and I have learned to understand everybody's fucking viewpoints as former far left and now far right. I see everybody's fucking viewpoints.
And that's what this space is for. That's what this space is for. To especially the people that make us feel uncomfortable, not in like a I had trauma and now I don't feel like I'm safe kind of way. But it's to make sure that we all have to sit here and listen to each other. That's why I use the damn timer, so that you have to listen instead of talk. And you know what I mean? Like, that's what the space is for. And it was starting to become this is a safe space for these certain types of people. That's not what it is. And while I don't want to ostracize those people, and while I will do what I can to protect people.
That's why I think that's what the former mod is doing, is because it should be a should a centrist or leftist or any side of both sides be a safe spot for people that are LGBTQ, African American, all that fun stuff. All I'm saying,
he's never
done
anything to make it unsafe.
I had 2 trans people as mods.
Liz, if you can fucking let me finish, please.
Okay.
Without being cut off.
Fair enough.
What I'm saying is that when it comes down to it, when you have, especially in a left, I mean, I'll use this as an example. I'll use the left and right example. When you are in a leftist space, you're expected to protect and keep tight the marginalized communities within your own group. When you're on the right, you're expected to protect your people. By playing that middle ground, I think that's why they are doing what they are doing.
And therein lies my point. Therein lies my point. You're literally proving the point that everybody was taking me in a direction that I didn't want to go. You had a view, or they had a view, of what the space was, and I clearly stated that's not what it is, and you were trying to decide for me what it was. You just said that.
Because yes, you just said that. You said it's supposed to be a safe space and you're supposed to hold tight to what you are, when Liberal has always said that he is a centrist. He wants to keep the space a centrist space. That was his vision for his platform. And the fact of the matter is your loyalty shows, because if you were advocating as hard for these people to shut up about Liberal as you are for why they're right on this panel right now, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation today.
I advocate for both fucking sides. I say, you know what? I've been always the fucking, and it's been my position where I've always put myself is between both sides, not so I can play both sides and end up on top. It goes, to me, it's as simple as, you know what? I would rather see you two not fight. If you're gonna go at it, just leave me the fuck out of it.
That's what I want them to do.
And I hate that the reason I'm fucking up here is because no one else is fucking around.
But
I'm
you're here to defend their side,
Why are they
correct?
not up here?
I'm here to protect neither of their sides. I'm literally just.
Well, they're welcome to come up here, because
they're all fucking
like,
busy. I've reached out to them already.
they're not that busy because they've been sitting in my fucking live, messaging people. Val,
Right
they
now,
sit here for hours. Hold on,
I've just fucking reached out to them.
They sit here for hours and they send messages to anybody that is in my show. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm doing this here, because right now the only narrative that's getting put out on TikTok is the shit that they're saying. So this is my chance to say, guys, this is what they're doing. And after this, I don't want to fucking talk about it anymore. But I wish they would just go on, leave me alone. Let's fight fascism in whatever fucking way that we can do it, instead of picking at each other like this. What the hell?
So I'm going to say this. Dinosaur, the only reason I originally fucking came up here was to explain the mod side of this. Of why some of the mods had planned to leave. Even I was sitting there teetering on the edge of it, saying,
So why? I have a question.
Yeah.
Why did all this anger come out after Tim pulled the mod powers?
So at least
that's a rhetorical question, because when you're a part of something that you're growing with other people in a community, and when you leave and you believe in that community, you don't go around pulling the pin. You don't take screenshots and put it out on TikTok to defame people that you once associated with. No, you don't do that. You walk away and you go on with your life.
Like I said, that's not me.
These girls they're being vengeful.
I haven't been involved in
and that's not the way they usually are. I don't know what happened. They're really good people. I don't understand what happened. I wasn't here for it.
They are good. But I believe both of them are good people, but they're pissed off.
I
just have to wonder if it was because Tim pulled the mod powers.
It wasn't that. From what I've actually sat down and had discussions with each single one, each single person, because I go, hey, what the fuck's going on? Why are you angry?
Well, I would be careful, because what if they get mad at you?
I could care less. This account is not linked to me in any way, shape, or
okay, I want to point something out real quick. There is somebody that was a neutral party into this, and I'm not going to say anybody's name, that will not allow me to come on this person's spaces.
Oh, I know exactly who you're fucking talking about.
Yeah.
And I want to defend her because I actually had my conversation.
I'm not about to talk shit about her if you'd let me finish. I'm just saying
shit.
The point is that
had this conversation.
Okay, well, let me finish what I'm saying, and I think you'll understand. This person doesn't want me on there, and I told this person it's going to hurt my feelings, but I understand you're in a situation that is lose-lose for you two, and that's where I was. And it's going to hurt my feelings if you don't want me in your spaces, but I won't be mad at you for it. That is the tack that I've taken since this started. And I understand that they've got to protect their own stuff, and I'm trying to protect mine. And if I have that attitude towards you guys, I haven't said bad fucking word about any of you. Not one bad word. Other than this fucking smear libelous shit that you guys, or not you, but, the people are spreading around. It's bullshit.
So I'm going to say this. As I'm not going to allow you to actively spread misinformation about that conversation that was had.
I'll read the fucking thing. If you're going to sit there and call me a liar, I'll read that motherfucker, and I'll put that name's person on there. Do you want me to do that?
Me and that person had a sit-down conversation last night where that...
Was I part of it?
You're not welcome to the live? That was never said.
What did I say, guys? What was the words that I used?
That you are not welcome to come in her spaces because of all this
spaces. It didn't even use a fucking pronoun. You did that.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not trying to out anybody here. I'm saying this is the blowback that I'm getting, even from people that still like me, are being forced by these fucking people to distance themselves from somebody that they like. Because if they don't, they know what's going to happen. Because you guys keep doing this shit to your own fucking people, and that's the point.
I mean,
like, what the fuck are we doing here? You've got a
we try to-
fascist running the country, and you guys are worried about this shit. Now I have to spend fucking time and stress and worry in trying to grow this shit that I think actually can make a fucking difference. But no, you guys got to make a point because, oh shit, he fucking pulled my mod powers and said there was a power play going on in the background because none of this shit came out until after that.
So all I'm going to say is, because I'm going to answer Paul's question, even though it was a fucking rhetorical question, all I'm going to say is this, is that the reason I dropped the bomb is I even made sure to sleep on it first, because I was not going to allow a story to be told by just one side. That's my thing. As I was a person who brought it to the attention and was fighting pretty damn fucking hard. I did it against the advice of everybody else. I said, you know what? This is my stance. I'm going to say what I need to say, and then I'm going to bow the fuck out politely. It's as simple as that. That's all I have said.
So you basically dropped a bomb and ran and left his shit to get destroyed. That's a lot of loyalty. That shows a lot of character, Val.
I mean, if you want to say shit like that, I mean, I've done that with plenty of friends. I'll go, I'm going to hold you accountable for who you are friends with or who you allow into your space. And guess what? If you're going to allow someone into your space that is counterproductive to me, I'm going to fucking bounce because
You're not holding him accountable. What you're doing is trying to dictate his behavior based on your belief.
No, it's as simple as when it comes.
And I want to point out again, I don't think people understand. They put my fucking wife's name out there in a fucking
Once again,
video.
I'm not responsible.
Lumped
for that.
into. Did I say Val put?
No, I'm just.
Val, stop. You keep taking everything personally. This isn't about you right now. It's not about you. Stop taking shit personally. I'm talking about the people that are doing this. Guys, we have established at this point that Val does not appear to be a fucking bad actor. I don't know if that's true, but everything that points to what the conversation I've had with Val is not a bad actor. So when I say this shit, I'm talking about the other people that are doing it, and they know who they are, and so do you. They put my fucking wife's name out there in a video. My wife has fuck all to do with this. And that happened fucking today. And do you say anything about that to them? Was that a problem for you?
I don't know because I don't check their profiles.
Wait,
Now we don't know.
I
Now
don't.
we
What
don't
the
know
fuck?
because your side
somebody
did something
Now you're
fucking
just
wrong.
Now you're just being designated.
I would need
Wait, can I
to
just
actually
hold-
sit there and view
I
the
need a little
context of
clarity.
everything. I'm a context person.
Did that happen today? Somebody put her name out there?
Yeah,
Oh, that's just a whole different.
called her a hoe.
Are you kidding?
Oh, wait. No, so we can only word police the other side? We can only word police hoodie, for example. But we're going to call a woman who has never done shit to anybody a hoe?
Wasn't part of it at all.
How would you feel, Val, if somebody came and called you the F word?
I had no idea.
On a video
I mean-
that you had nothing to do with. Speak
I
up
mean-
about that. Say that they're wrong in public. Are you going to speak against them and say what they did is wrong? Or are you going to sit here and still go by their bullshit?
You know what? When it comes down to that, when it comes down to if it was used against me, and this is probably just because I don't take anything fucking personal. I don't take any attacks that have been used against me in a fucking personal manner when it comes down to, do I let this affect me? No. If someone's going to call me that, let them have that fucking perception of me. Let them do this. Let them do that. Fuck all of this. Fuck all of you. Fuck everybody because I don't care what anybody thinks about me but me. You can drag my name through the mud. I will try to correct you like I reached out to you, Mrs. I said, don't call me a degenerate.
So
And
wait,
then-
And I said
And
I
again,
didn't call you a degenerate.
everything is about Val right now. is
Yeah,
what
right.
I'm
Yeah,
hearing.
it is.
Right now,
Because
and I
here's
love
the
that
thing.
people in chat are
Here's the
saying,
thing.
Shut the
Because
fuck up,
Val-
Mrs. Nobody gives a fuck about you.
Val
don't
would have
understand.
sat
Okay,
there and
look,
said, "Oh, it's something's really bad." If somebody had come up and said something about Lauren, or he's going to stand here, or she's going to stand here and defend all of what these mods did because, oh, this and that and da da da. But there's no defense to somebody who was not and did not insert themselves in the situation whatsoever. So you can say to me whatever you wanted, because I happily joined and I happily said what I said. And I can be dragged into it. You can call me every name in the book. I don't care. You can tell me to fuck off. That's fine. I will not say or listen to somebody defend somebody calling someone's wife out of their name who has absolutely nothing to do with the situation when they would have been in an uproar and they would have been saying, we have to cancel, block, blah, 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 if they were still mods to lib, if they had said something about Lauren, Val, Blaze, Hobie, Lawyer,
and they've done it before. They've done it before. Don't platform this person because they called so-and-so this name. It's happened many times before. So, yeah, no. I mean, guys, I know you're in there lurking. I know you don't have time. No, you've been sitting in there doing this shit. I keep getting messages. Again, people aren't buying some of your shit. Some of them are. I've had many subscribers fucking block me. I've had people that I've known since I first started this shit just block me without any question, no fucking message. And this goes back to the problems the Democrats have, and this is why Donald Trump fucking took over, because of this stupid shit right here. Sorry, Paula, go ahead.
No, that was a very I'm just perplexed that somebody put her name out there and called her a hoe. I think there was no term of service agreement where we said we're not gonna dox another person's wife or another or in your real life. I'm not gonna dig into your real life. In fact, I was on a live last night where a guy admitted to reporting somebody else. Just basically, my interpretation, he didn't say this, out of just sheer, I can't even think of the word, cowardness, because he didn't like what he said about the president, and then he turned around and reported him. I blocked him. I don't want to deal with people like that. Life's short. I don't want those people in my life. You know?
You're absolutely right, Paula. That's absolutely right. That's terrible. And as we can say, we sit up here. If you want to say something about one of us, when we open ourselves up to it, that's fine. But an innocent bystander is ridiculous.
Yeah, I guys, and I don't think I've ever said a bad word about any of them on the Discord or otherwise. I don't think I have.
You have not. I have said many, but you have not.
Yeah, because again, these people do what?
The missus once said that she was born without a filter.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, because I always think that there's that people are generally good starting out, and shit happens to turn, unless you have like psychopathy or whatever. That's a different story. But so I don't know. To me, even now, it almost feels like maybe one of them thinks that they're actually doing the right thing, but they've convinced themselves of this. I don't think they actually thought that originally, but now they've just trying to. I've got echo. Danny, that might be you. I'm not sure.
Hey, can I say something?
Yeah.
So, as of right now, I have people that are accusing me again of some PDF file, nonsensical, I'm following this, I'm following that. My account set up for 18 and over. I had somebody try to dox me. I now have somebody basically going around to different lives telling everyone that this is what I am, apparently, and then going around to other lives bragging about how they've gotten me kicked off of panels and this, that, and the other. And I have screenshots and I have videos of all of these things going on. And I just like I have a different political viewpoint, and we can agree to disagree. But like it seems so strange to me how we can have this DEI inclusion and equity, and how we're supposed to protect all these communities, but these same individuals, right, have no problems smearing lies, deceit, and this cancel culture, right? And think, and then go around and brag about it like it's some kind of feat, or look at me. And this is like Lib Loudmouth said, this is defamation, right? Like, obviously this isn't my real name, and I'm
Hey,
just
Hoodie, can I say something for you,
hold
for
on.
us? Because I had your back too.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that, like, this is what I've been going through for the better part of like 6 months. This is like the 4th round of attacks, and I'm just a guy with a different opinion. That's all. So I'll land there.
And
Right,
you're
well.
you're like a brick wall. Like, you get hated everywhere you go. But this dude was actually on Good Troubles live also more than once, right?
Oh,
You were
yeah.
on there more than once. Yeah, this dude's got almost 2 million followers. So, like, Hoodie is universally hated. We can all acknowledge
Right.
it. So, go.
And just,
But
let's keep in
let me
mind
speak.
let's keep in mind that it's okay for him to have his following list private, but when I put mine on private so people can't dox me and make false accusations, now that's a confirmation of the smear,
Right.
which is just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Go
All
ahead,
right.
Josh.
Well, okay. I just wanted to come up just for a moment to speak for the mods that were positive and active in a positive manner, because it was more than just me. And I wanted to say for myself as a previous moderator that I absolutely enjoyed what we were doing. We were making absolute fantastic progress. Hoodie was Hoodie, and I didn't. I agreed and disagreed, but I've seen Hoodie in other places too, and I think he carries himself pretty well overall. You know what I mean? Everybody can do better in life, but I've heard other people on the other side just as bad. But the point of the matter is, I want to speak on the fact that there was a lot. There was, well, a lot. I mean, I don't know. I can't count, but me and maybe 2 or 3 others, whatever it was, we were positive and we stood behind him and we supported the live. And I did. There was, you know what? There's a lot of people that came up that offended me a lot, but you know what? I said nothing, and many of you saw me sit in that moderator box quietly for hours at a time and not say a word. I fairly brought everybody up. I never muted anybody inappropriately. None of that. Period. So there was positive moderators and there was positive people that were supporting the show. And the reason I'm saying that is because it hurt my heart whenever it fell apart, because I felt like something we were building had crumbled, and not that it's not back, but it hurt my heart and it made me sad. And for speaking upon for the positive moderators, I just wanted to say that, and I'm glad to see that people are back, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation and getting this out in the open and cleared out, because I want to see this continue to grow and continue to be what it was intended to be, and that's a place for everybody to come in and be a worldwide international group, more than just the United States. Everybody can come in here. It's going to grow and grow and grow. So I just want to encourage everybody to please continue the positive attitude, continue to support Lib and what we're doing here. And I appreciate the conversation, but I wanted to say that as a previous mod who did have a positive attitude, and I felt I did a good job on being fair to everybody. So I'll end it with that. So thank you. But you can drop me with that. But I just wanted to speak, since we had one mod speaking for these other mods. Now I'm a mod speaking for the positive mods.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Josh, and I appreciate everything he did. And guys, there was collateral damage here. There were many mods that had nothing to do with it, and they would have been included in that public statement that I made, where I said there was mods and clicks forming, and nobody would have been able to know who it was. Right, so it was, Josh would have been included in that if somebody had thought, well, maybe Josh was doing something, or maybe Sensei was doing something, right? But Val took it upon herself to blast herself out, And I
And I
think,
respected the decision to drop everybody because I thought that was the fairest thing to do in light of the situation, and I completely understood it, and I still respect that. And in your shoes, I would have done the same thing just to clean the house. What you had to do, what
yeah,
you had to do.
yeah.
Okay,
No,
so
I
anyways, thank you again, and
appreciate
good
it,
to see
man.
everybody up
Yep.
here. Good to see you up here, Hoodie. I was really upset, and I had your back the other day because Lib was in a bad spot, and it really upset me. And I just want to let you know that, I mean, I have your back. Like, I don't agree with everything you say, but I have your back with the freedom to say what you want to say. And just stay productive. I've seen you in other lives, you know, and just keep stirring it up because it is helpful. It is helpful to stir up people's brains, get them thinking about stuff, get them to bring up their own facts and make sure your facts match up. So keep doing. You're doing a good job overall. I wanted to say that to you too. So, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that. As well, because I mean, I understand that especially from the story you told, I'm sorry that you had to go through all this lately with Lib and everything like that, and you know. So anyhow, with that, I'll actually end this time. So
all right,
Well, I
man.
appreciate
okay,
it,
Thank you.
Josh. I
We'll see
you're
you.
appreciate it.
welcome. All
Peace.
right.
Can I add one other thing real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, so on uh, shall not be named post, uh, there was this I don't know what you would call it, this poster that was put up that basically said that just because a person isn't found guilty in the court of law, that it doesn't mean that they can't be found guilty in the public of opinion,
Right.
and that we should hold people accountable when they need to be accountable. And it again, this just made me shake my head and say that we've been talking about due process for the better part of a month and a half.
Yeah.
And for this person to take this perspective of mob rule wins the day is just crazy to me.
It
I
is.
would like to add
And
some
well,
context to
let me
that for you,
let me
Hoodie.
let me let me give an example of what mob rule fucking looks like in this country. There's a guy named Dick Rowland, Sarah Page. Dick Rowland is a black guy. This was in the 1920s, I think 21, in Tulsa. He's on an elevator. It was a white lady and a black guy. He was young, like 19 or 20 years old. She accused him of assaulting her. And when he was at the courthouse, a bunch of white people came to the courthouse and demanded that the police hand him over to them. And we all know what they had planned on doing with this person. So a bunch of black people, World War I veterans, matter of fact, showed up because they were like, no, you ain't going to do that. So what ends up happening is what's known as the Tulsa Race Riot. These motherfuckers flew planes over North Tulsa, dropping Molotov cocktails onto the fucking city streets. They unalived hundreds of people, black people. Because why? They didn't want the court to go through it and present evidence. Now, they already knew, and they were going to make their assumptions, and they did what mobs do, which is what we're seeing them do right fucking now. So that mob rule
Absolutely.
shit is horse shit. We see what it does. This is why we have courts. This is why we don't base our fucking, judicial system off of mob rule.
Absolutely. The court of public opinion. And that's why I said what I said that you saw on that post, Hoodie, where I was being called hypocritical, is because I had said something about immigration and the fact that if you're here illegally, I don't care if you get due process or not. And the exact person who posted that and I debated back and forth for quite a while. But then that exact person was sitting there saying the court of public opinion and calling me a hypocrite and turning off their comments so that they didn't have to be taken into account for it. Because when rumors start and cult warfare and, all that, you know what I mean? You start this court of public opinion crap. They wouldn't like it if it went against them. So I don't think they should be practicing it themselves, because that is the definition of hypocrisy.
Yeah, and to people that are asking us to name them, I'm not going to do that because I don't want anybody to reach out to them and to attack them. I don't want them to send messages or stalk them around or post shitty comments on their stuff. I don't want that. I want it to just stop. That's it. Does anybody, Danny, I saw in Dinosaur, I saw you guys wanting to come up. I planned on just having people that were pretty familiar and intimately with this situation, but, you're welcome to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because I saw in the comments a lot of people trying to blame Hoodlum for various mods' actions, saying that he was manipulating and gaslighting people. But all of these mods, I'm assuming, are adults, and Hoodlum probably doesn't even live in their town, probably isn't their neighbor, probably has never met them in real life. As an adult, you need to take responsibility for your own actions and your own behavior. And so, hold yourself accountable for what you do, and hold others accountable for what they do. And I don't agree with Hoodlum on literally anything he says, but to blame him for the mod's behavior is kind of ridiculous to me, because they're adults. They did what they did because they wanted to do what they did.
This was a live, you said, last night people were doing this?
No, in the comments here during this live, people are
I see.
defending, being like, oh, it's Hoodlum's fault. Hoodlum's gaslighting and manipulating people. But
I'm sorry, I missed that.
No worries. I'm sure you're stressed out. I can imagine. And also, I want to say too, no, I don't agree with anything Hoodlum says at all. But I've been in a lot of lives where a lot more dangerous people are platformed, and Hoodlum doesn't give dangerous to me. And I want to say, I haven't seen Liberal let anyone come up and just randomly say slurs or say that they're going to unalive everyone or do dog whistles or any of that. So if you really think that this is the most kind of dangerous platform on the internet, I have to tell you there's a lot more danger out there that you're just not aware of. So,
and I've dropped people for saying stupid shit. I think we've all seen me do it, and I go off on these people too. Yeah,
you always do. You always hold people accountable for their behaviors, especially if they do something dangerous, or just drop them if it's too far gone. But you can't just pretend like people who disagree with you don't exist, because otherwise they're going to do what they do and quietly gain power while the rest of us are just pretending like they're not real. So that's all I really wanted to say. They're just a lot more dangerous people out there than Hoodlum.
Yeah. Or the big bad liberal loudmouth that's platforming the
Definitely
rapist.
I'm going to take that as a compliment. Thank you. I appreciate those kind words.
Yeah, you're not the epitome of evil, Hoodlum. So
that's the best damn thing anybody said to you on TikTok lately, isn't it, Hoodie?
Well, I think that when you have people that do the outlandish things, they're very easily dismissible, right? But I think that what makes me a little more dangerous potentially is that some of the things that I say makes people think, and heaven forbid, maybe we do that, because then somebody would maybe have an idea a little bit different than what maybe a narrative would fit. And I'll just leave it at that. I try to engage, honest and forthright. It's just right now we're so divided, and everyone's so emotional about what we've been through. I can't remember in my lifetime where anyone was vote shamed, or how we had a candidate in 3/4 of the race that wasn't in the race, and we had a candidate that had a 100-day dash to the finish. These are all things that are never in my lifetime things. So it's an emotional roller coaster, and I think that there's a lot of people lashing out, and trying to find like maybe purpose, and maybe that has something to do with it. But that's just my idea.
Or something to bitch at that's close enough to them that they can actually affect. Because
Yeah.
maybe the rest of everything else seems so far away that it's like we're, screaming in a vacuum and nobody can fucking hear us. So, I think that's a fair point, Hoodie. But I think the commenters are tired of listening to you. I'm just kidding.
No.
I say that in jest because, every time Hoodlum comes up on the show, comments are like, oh my God, it's Hoodlum.
Well,
I even created a sticker for you. Terry.
Just agree with me. Come on, Terry.
Just agree.
Terry. Come on, Terry.
Whoever that was trying to talk, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
that's me again. Well, unlike I'm a far lefty. I'm like a communist, so I'm like really the craziest one here. But I think too that sometimes people get angry at the wrong people because they want to be able to control something and not accept their culpability in the way that we are right now. And if we spent more time accepting our culpability in the way that we are right now, it would be a lot better.
And
So
I think where I fucked up, and maybe this will help somebody else, is when I crafted that public message, I added the click stuff in it. And I think what happened was that the people that knew that it was about them took it personal. And maybe I shouldn't have added that. I just thought
that's a lesson for next time, but also like they have their own responsibility, right?
True.
Like they could have not formed a clique. They could have taken it seriously. They could have treated it like a job, and they didn't. So, not to say that you're perfect and did nothing wrong, because there's always, things that we could do better, but allow them to take responsibility for their own actions without putting it entirely on yourself.
Yeah. Well, I tend to do
what
that.
didn't happen. I think that's exactly what didn't happen is the self-reflection and as being an adult and being responsible for your actions and kind of doing a little bit of self-reflection when it was called out and it was taken personally. That wasn't the goal, was to grow as a person. The goal was to control the space.
That's the exact goal. That was what I was trying to do. And if anybody goes and reads that novel and they all shit on me for it after, like, and let me say this. When I posted the purge post and then I removed the mod roles, within, I shit you not, 30 seconds, they were all, then they could talk. So, John, you were trying to weigh in?
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not intimately familiar with the Discord stuff. I did try to log on, but it did seem that it was down. Is your Discord back up now, or is that a test?
I was messing with the roles last night so that somebody that's new that comes in, they go into a space where they can't see anything until I approve them because of the people that are in there now. They're just taking screenshots and, I haven't kicked anybody out because I don't know who's fucking doing it, but... Anyway, just send me a DM and I'll fix it.
Look, I want to weigh in on a couple of issues here because one, I've only recently discovered you, Liberal, and I've really enjoyed the format because obviously one of the things that's good about it is the way you manage the guests and also the timer. So by keeping the timer, as much as I think a minute and 15 is a bit brutal at times, maybe a minute 30, but it's your show, right? So let's be clear, it's your show. I'm not telling you how to suck eggs. But I am saying that the timer itself and the way that you rotate the guests is inherently a fair mechanism. And that's a good thing. But I do want to say, give you some feedback as someone who's new to the show, who's tried to make a positive contribution about 2 or 3 topics. I'll do it quickly. The first one is that one of the things I think is going on here, just if you step back at a more global level, is that we've got actually a situation where on the right, they are very good at creating podcast platforms and social media platforms where all they do is create their own echo chambers, right? And it's actually given them strength. Yeah. So there was a Media Matters survey of this, and it's something like 5 to 1. They've got a 5 to 1 advantage in creating spaces specifically for right-wing people. So what happens, I think, is that, and this is more of a global statement, not a commentary on your channel, Liberal, But I think what happens is that there are people on the left who say, well, we should have some of those channels too, right? We should have a channel that is essentially an echo chamber where we don't let in people who are deliberately trying to usurp a positive discussion. That is, they're trying to undermine it with disinformation, right? Now,
Right.
I'm not putting responsibility to people for that at this point. But so I think one of the things that I would suggest, not that you have to take up any of my suggestions, is that if you're on every night, and certainly if you're going to do twice a day, there might be a role for having some sessions where you say, look, this is just a forum for people on the left. If there's anyone who's going to speak out against the topic, right, well then I don't want them on for this particular episode, not because they're not free to come on the other episodes where we have open debate, but because sometimes we just need to organise ourselves so we are in alignment. Part of what you're saying, Liberal, I agree with, which is it's this cancel culture shit that's empowered the right with so much of their stuff, because they say, well, we're intolerant. People on the left are intolerant, and that we're hypocritical. That is, we say, oh, we should let marginal people into the debate, but then cut out other people who we don't like what they're saying. Right? I agree with free speech. So I'm suggesting that in some ways, I think people on the left are going, hang on, but I want you to defend more of what's going on in the progressive space. And when you let up people like Hoodie, for example, that's not happening. And I'm saying, well, maybe there's a space for two types of shows that you with your excellent format, can moderate. That's a suggestion. The second point I'd make is that, and the only reason I make that suggestion is because when they do it on the right, Rush Limbaugh, you see what they do. They will literally run 4 out of 5 shows, all talking in the echo chamber. Then one of the shows, they'll bring on someone from the opposition and use that as a way to ventilate how silly the opposition are, right? In other words,
Right.
it is still tilted. But they do have shows dedicated exclusively just to their own side, building up their own talking points, right? So I think that might be a misunderstanding of intent that's surfacing in this sort of debate, where people are going, well, hang on, you're not defending the left enough, and you're rightly saying, well, hang on, when we cut off people because we don't like what they say, we're not standing for the principles that we should on the left, right? That's exactly right.
Right.
Now, I will say this. In terms of Hoodie, I don't like Hoodie at all, right? And I think the feeling's mutual, okay? And I'm quite happy with that. I do support his right to speak, but there's a caveat for me. And you saw me, because I've probably gone as hard at Hoodie as anyone has, talking about his wife and everything else. You even felt sorry for him. I don't know why that would be. But
I
that's another
remember
point.
that. Yeah, I was
Right.
like, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Right. And the reason I did
sorry, Hoodie.
Right, and the reason I did that, and I want to make a distinction here, is that, and I think this distinction is a universal principle of good faith and clean hands. And so when someone, for example, who's an ex-mod of yours, starts using your wife's name, right, well, that's bad faith and dirty hands, okay? That's clearly a breach of good faith. It's clearly a breach of clean hands. That is inequitable behaviour. That is notorious behaviour. I mean, that should be called out and it should be tolerated, right? On the other hand, if someone comes up here who's from MAGA and they deliberately sow disinformation, or they fail to admit a contradiction, like Hoodie did many times in the discussion with me, where I ended up saying the things I did to him. Why did I say those things? They weren't actually personal attacks, though they might have sounded that way, right? What they were was me saying to him, hey, listen, mate, I see you too, buddy. Right? If you're going to start putting vulnerable people in a position where their lives are seriously impacted by your deliberate hypocrisy, your failure to recognise a breach of constitution, things that should be principal matters, things you could say, look, I agree the president's done this and he probably shouldn't have, but I still support him. Now, he could have honourably said that, but I've never heard him say that sort of thing. So in my mind, he then acts in bad faith, and he acts with dirty hands when he continues to double down on things that he knows to be untrue.
Okay,
now that's
so
when,
let me jump in real quick. So I understand what you're saying, and I've dropped Hoodie's ass a few times, right? Paul, I don't know if you were around, because he hadn't been on for a bit before that, but I was like, I can't take it anymore. Like I'm done with that.
We were there.
Yeah, and because of what you're talking about, or at least that's how I took it from my perspective. So I know what you're saying, and there is a line that I do draw, but that's beside the point of what was going on in the mod chat. right? That's
No,
a
and I
different.
get that.
Yeah.
We can't
Well,
live in
where,
an echo chamber,
no,
right?
but hang on.
John?
I just wanted to land the plane there. What I
Okay.
was saying was that the way that we should be dealing with that on the left is to go hard at that disinformation, calling out the bad faith and the dirty hands, and reflecting it. Because the moment someone breaks faith, they act in bad faith with dirty hands. It's a duel. They've slapped you in the face. They've taken the gloves off, slapped you in the face. It's a pew pew fight at dawn. So at that
Hey,
point,
John.
you
John.
go hard at them, right?
I
And,
know,
and
but
I didn't
John.
interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, mate.
Well, nobody can interrupt
okay,
you, John.
so
because you
okay,
keep on
John,
going.
You go hard
let
at
me
them.
30 seconds to land the plane because you have been talking for I don't
Sure,
know,
a couple of
probably
minutes.
4 or 5 minutes. Yeah. So
Good, I'll land it. So,
okay,
so
go ahead.
what I'm saying is, rather than cancel people, right, we should be just simply going hard at them, using those same tactics and going much harder and saying, if you're going to enter into this duel, okay, where you act in bad faith with dirty hands, then I'm going to reciprocate without. So you go low, I go harder. It's that simple because that's all you deserve. I don't cancel you because I want to. Frankly, I want to put your head in the ground. Okay, rhetorically speaking. Okay, so and that's what I'll do because at the end of the day, if you think it's okay that vulnerable immigrants should be thrown out and their lives should be upended, well then you'll cop a bit of that medicine about your own life. It's that simple.
Okay, so let me counter your point with my philosophy on dealing with opposition. My philosophy is that very seldom are you going to change somebody's mind right in that moment. You know what I mean? Like this human nature. I think we're all like that. We don't we don't usually want to admit. I think most people don't want to admit that something just clicked in my head. So if I come at them and I'm yelling and I'm really hard and coming hard at them, they're not going to hear the message because they're seeing or hearing and feeling the delivery of that message. So if I do it in such a way that they're listening and they hear it, that seed can be planted. And 3 months, 6 months from now, I may come back, and I've seen this happen in real time, where they'll come back and now they're saying what I was saying before, but it was they came up with this idea, right? So I don't expect that people come on the show are going to immediately change their minds. But they won't change their minds, in my opinion, if we come at them so hard that it's, kind of cuts into that conversation. That is my philosophy, and that's why I do it the way that I tried to do it. I think I do an okay job, sometimes not so much, because I lose my shit too. I have my crash outs. That's why I put the couch back there. So so that's kind of my philosophy on that, but I do understand what you're saying.
And can I respond to that quickly? I agree with that philosophy. Hang on, I just want to.
Well,
you went to me directly. I want to come back on that. Right?
Okay, let me put it. I'm going to start the timer.
Sure, I agree with that philosophy, especially from the host's perspective. Right? So it's your show, and that is, I think, a very valid philosophy for your show. Okay, as a guest, I'm not bound by that philosophy. And the second thing I'll say by that is that I don't. For me, when someone's acting in bad faith and you've called them out on that and say, look, this is bad faith, you won't acknowledge the contradiction. You deliberately won't acknowledge contradiction. Then at that point, I basically are saying to you, the host, I want to treat them as a hostile witness. Right? That is, they don't deserve the politeness that you afford them as the host, which naturally you should. From my perspective, because they are doing it deliberately, and when they're doing it deliberately, well, then it's time for their head to be buried in the turf. Rhetorically speaking, right? In my view.
Quick?
Yeah. So I want to say this. This wasn't a show. This was a different show, right? This wasn't about politics or going at, you know what I mean? This was about the issues that I'm dealing with today. I don't want to detract from that because this is like the one time I get a chance, because I don't want to bring it up on the show again after this. I don't want to talk about it. Well, no. I'm just saying I don't want to get in the weeds. I'm going to give Hoodie a chance to respond because you did say some things to him, and I'm going to give him a chance to respond. But I would like to at least get back on track with what this particular show was about, which was the shit that took place. So, Hoodie, I'm going to go ahead and give you, 2 minutes because he had a lot of time. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Dale Carnegie would be proud of you, Lib, because what you described is exactly what they teach when it comes to leadership class and leadership training. You want the illusion of this inception idea coming from them, even though technically you're the one that actually gave it to them. The approach of making it palatable, so whereas over time you will get them to eventually see it in your light, is the correct way to do it. More of a genuine way to do it. And I think that that's probably one of the reasons why the Democrats had issues with the election, because they were so focused on converting Republicans versus going after uneducated voters, and spent so much time trying to change people's mind rather than filling people's mind. Much harder to change a mind than make one. And so when we talk about these things, like John was talking about, the constitutionality of what's happening now and how it is historically looked at, I mean, we have videos of AOC saying that, some decisions on the Supreme Court should be ignored. We have some of our founding fathers, James Madison, concerned about the overarching powers of the judicial and how that could be detrimental to the country. Yes, you can make the decision, but who's going to enforce it, right? These are all things that have been said. So we just have to take these things under consideration moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Now, Reagan had said she wanted to add something. Normally, the mod slot doesn't speak, but this is kind of a different format. I didn't even put a gift goal up there because I didn't want anybody to give me money over this. So, Reagan, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So I just wanted to comment. I have been sitting here for the entire thing, just listening, kind of in awe and shock about everything that went down today on the live. And I kind of first want to say that I will never say this again, nor have I ever said this, but I do agree with what Hoodie was saying earlier, just about how, a lot of people do attack each other and, just all of that really summed up. But what has happened in the Discord, outside of the Discord, whatever anybody knows, it needs to stop. This is just my own personal take, is that if it's not being talked about and they keep posting and posting, and I mean, Liberal and I talked about this, maybe they'll eventually just get tired of it if they're just ignored. No, don't feed the fire kind of thing. And that's just my own personal opinion about it. Liberal may have other feelings, but I do appreciate Liberal having this live today. I think a lot of people may have been wondering if something was going on or new bits and pieces, and now it's all kind of out in the open, aired it out. Hopefully we can put it to rest, whether you agree with what Hoodie did or not, whether you agree with what the mods did, yada, yada, yada. I am just looking forward to this new chapter, I guess we could call, that we're going into with a new mod team, a positive environment, and an open space to have people talk about politics and discuss their issues and have civil discourse without it getting too crazy.
Yeah.
And I land my plane.
Perfectly landed. Thank you, Reagan. I appreciate it. Now, if you do want to gift the panelists, please, by all means, but don't worry about sending me anything. Jules, you said you wanted to. Jules, you're welcome to come up. And Paula, did you want to offer anything? Because you have insight that others really don't. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I just like I said earlier, when I think I was Tim's first mod, and when I came across Tim's channel or his live, it was 100% different than any other live I've been on. I was so excited to be in a live that would entertain opposing views, that I offered to be a mod, and I'd never been a mod before, but I knew I wanted to be a part of this thing that he had created. And all along, all Tim tried to do was to create an environment for that. And we also wanted to get the message out. So sometimes when you're entertaining opposing viewpoints, it pisses off the people who agree with you, right? And you can't get your message out. And then there's also no healthy discussion. And I think what Hoodlum would provide, as well as other Republicans who've been on the live, like the Mrs. and Josh and others, they provided a counterpoint. And if for every time I disagreed with the Mrs. or if I disagreed with Josh, if we were to ban them from this live, it would be counterproductive. Tim might as well just pull up shop and just become a commenter like the rest of us. So I just don't think it's Tim's character to be what people are saying he is. I just hope that the viewers will stay around and continue to watch this evolve. It's going to be good. It's going to get even better. And I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah, thank you,
You,
Paul. I appreciate it.
you've
Jules,
got,
you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is I've been in a lot of different lives on TikTok, and this is the number one I've been in. The way that you organize it is great. It's a great platform for learning, which is what I would hope most of these lives would be, is mostly about education. I can't stand to just hear people fighting back and forth. There's no reason to do that in my mind. On this specific situation, I kind of got pulled into it by being sent a random direct message on TikTok about it. I had
And please
just
don't
joined.
name.
No,
Please
no,
don't.
no, I
Okay.
won't.
Okay.
I won't. I'm just naming my part in it. That's how I got pulled into it. And I hate for people to get smeared for no good reason. I can't stand for a rumor to destroy somebody's life. I cannot stand hoodlum. I will leave a space if he's there and stays for too long, because I just can't stand him. But I also don't think somebody should be accused of being a rapist if they're not. And that kind of story needs to be straight before it's spread all over TikTok land. And dragging liberal into it and trying to destroy his platform, which is part of his livelihood, is reprehensible to me. Because what, you got your feelings hurt? I don't get it. So I'm a fairly new player to the game, but I think I usually have a pretty good judge of character. So I at this point stand 100% behind liberal in this, and I hope to see this platform grow and become something fantastic, even more than it is now. If anybody has anything they'd like to ask me about the situation, if they're involved in it, feel free to contact me directly.
Yeah.
And that's
No,
all I got to say.
and I'm glad you brought it to my attention. Because I was afraid it was going to happen, but I was just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and it needed to be brought to your attention, and that's
Yeah.
why I did it. Because I'm going to tell you something. I despise people throwing other people under the bus. I despise a tattletale, but I despise even worse trying to smear somebody. So if I have to go out of my way to let somebody else know what's going on, I'm going to fucking do it. I'm going to fucking do it every time.
Yeah.
If I feel like that it's a wrong situation.
Yeah, and there
So
are others that have come forward to me, and I'm not going to name their names either. But and it just is like a daily fucking thing. I got accounts that private messages, account not found, account not found. I mean, I'm like, what the hell? So, that's why I did this, and I just want to do it once. I don't want to fucking do it again. I don't want to go back over this. But, if they're going to say their part and they're going to spread crap, then I feel like I need to say something,
Yeah, I'd like to make a
I
follow-up
just
comment
say
to what
one thing
Jules
real
said.
quick, and this goes back to our sub-only conversation, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to name any names either, but to think that some of these oppositional people on some of these platforms that are very, very, very well known are organic, you would be lying to yourself, because they're not. And there's collaboration between the left and the right with some of these debates and some of these people that come on the show. And I know that maybe the left doesn't want to hear that, but it happens more than you think. So,
and I tried to explain this to them also. I said it in the mod chat.
Mm-hmm. So sometimes being an adversary isn't just as simple as, well, we have different opinions. Sometimes people are playing different roles in a story or a show, and I'm not saying that from a disingenuous position. I'm just saying that these are facts. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post, guys. Again, I opened that damn mod chat. You can see how it started. You can see everything that I've ever talked to with the mod since I started Discord. I have literally nothing to hide from anybody. I haven't deleted any messages. Like
Can I?
you're welcome to go in there and read it for yourself. I renamed it, and I'll get 1 second, but I renamed it to what did I call it? The Purge Archive. So it was Mod Chat. Now it's the Purge Archive. Anyway, who was that trying to jump in?
Reagan wanted to have a.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to that. Since it is open, I kind of just wanted to reiterate your point, if you don't mind, by not, you will know like who these people are now. And
Oh,
just
right.
please, 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 please don't go and attack them. We don't want to do what they're doing, essentially, if we're disagreeing with it. So I just want to make that absolutely clear.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I wonder if there's a way. I should probably just go through and screenshot it all and then,
Redacted.
scratch the names out
Yeah.
and then post
Yeah.
it in there. Well, then let me hold on. Okay, so if
I
you're going in
mean,
there to
is
look,
that necessary?
look. So one of the people, and I don't know if it's true or not, put in a group chat that because of what I did, this person is now being stalked, harassed, abused,
They are?
etc. I
Are
don't
they?
know if they are, but this is what they said. And that's why I posted in mod chat as soon as I saw this. I'm like, guys, if you're doing this and I find out you're doing this and stalking, harassing, and whatever, you won't be welcome here anymore. Because I'm not okay with
That
it.
is okay for that. But it's okay for them to set you up for that. No, I get it.
I'm
I
not
know.
that person.
I'm really proud of
Like,
you. I'm really proud of you because I'm not petty as fuck as some people would like to think. But yeah, I think we should redact the names if you can.
yeah.
Can I
So,
say a couple things real quick and then I have to go get on with my day?
Sure. No, and I appreciate you being here.
No problem. So, I am with Paula. I am way more fucking petty than that, especially because my stuff is super locked down and private on social media, and someone feels it's necessary to keep putting videos up about me. And I mean, it's TikTok. You don't really know who I am, so it's fine. But I came to your show and started talking and things like that because of the platform of everybody it's not just an echo chamber. It's not that boring. We're just going to sit there on the right and hear everybody bash Biden, or you're going to go into the left and hear everybody bash Trump. It gets boring. So you have a good platform. I'm glad you did this live today and aired it out. I am so sorry that your wife's name was put on the internet and she was called out of her name and a terrible name because she's married to you, and the group think had an axe to grind. I hope that never happens again. I hope that they have the day they deserve today, and I 100% have your back in this, and I hope everybody has a wonderful Saturday. Paula, it's always great to be on a panel with you, even though our views oppose most of the time, but we get along grand. So it
I
can
really
happen.
like you. I know.
I really
I
like you
really
too.
do. And that wouldn't have happened if it weren't for Tim. I'm just saying.
No, you're exactly right.
And see, this
and
is
you know
the
what? I
point.
wouldn't even join lives.
A conservative and liberal getting along. I mean, this is the damn point.
We share things. We chat on TikTok off of the live. We share videos. We look at stuff like that, and we're not that much different. The one thing that Paula and I both agree on is that no matter what side you're on, us normal people shouldn't be fighting over the scraps. We should be fighting for change.
Exactly. Let's put that on a t-shirt and sell it.
Because, I mean, honestly, when you boil all the fucking arguments that we all have, it comes down to the rich fuckers are putting their boot in our face and then gaslighting us and making us think it's our fucking fault.
Absolutely. But if you wouldn't mind dropping me, I hope everybody has an amazing Saturday.
See you
I
later.
yeah, thank you, Mrs. I really appreciate it, and I'll catch you when I catch you. See ya. So somebody just joined in there. I did send an invite. I'm not going to say your name. If you want to come up, I would love to talk to you.
I'm already here.
What? Oh, there you are. Shit. I sent the invite, but I didn't see you pop in. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. We got like 50 minutes left. So I don't, did you see any of what we were talking about?
Nope, I slept in this morning, but I have been made aware that my name has been dragged again, again, through the mud, nonstop for days. Correct?
No, that's not
On your
correct.
Discord?
No.
Well, that's funny because I have proof of it. So
No, your name wasn't drugged through the mud.
my name has been dragged through the mud, liberal. You can keep pretending like you're the victim in all this. That's fine. But my name has been dragged through the mud. I have had people multiple times tell me that you had to go out and expose yourself as the victim in this story, and that everyone took your side simply because of the way that you presented the facts, or when, like, I have receipts of what happened. And while I don't want to talk about the individual that went on this live, I mean, I get you already have his name up on the screen, so I mean, I guess if we're like just saying F it, like, fine. I wanted this to be quiet behind the scenes. Hey, I don't think you should come to the show anymore. And Tim, I respected you and thought that you cared enough about marginalized communities, trans women, regular women, Black individuals, that you cared enough about the safety of those persons that you would protect your moderators. And when this person exposed themselves on a live, when we brought this to you, thinking that this was a family environment, because that's what you had led us to believe, you chose to handle it the way that you did. And the way that you handled it was by not telling the truth and glossing over that completely. And then when one of the screenshots, just one, not the several others, one screenshot gets released, you then proceed to attack. You have made it a point to have your followers follow me into lives, to have them comment in the comments. You have made it your job to drag those of your moderators who attempted to hold you to account for social justice, all when you could have handled it, quote unquote, family style, by having a conversation in your Discord. But you didn't do that. And I think that's the part that hurts the most, because I don't give a fuck about modding for you. To be very clear, I think the most I made for you is 40 cents. I'm not crying in my Cheerios about it. The part that makes me the most upset is that I trusted you as a mom, as a survivor, as a mom to a child with disabilities, as a woman that exists on this app. I trusted you to have my back, and I trusted the other people that were your moderators to have each other's backs and to be better than every other freaking rage bait site that's out there, to actually go in and discuss the hard topics. Yet instead of that, you created an unsafe space for certain people, and you know this, and you refuse to take accountability. So 40 cents? No, I wasn't in it for the money. I wasn't in it for the clout. And genuinely, sir, I feel like it's incredibly offensive that you continue to promote this idea that it's all fine and dandy because you were victimized too. You've tokenized yourself, and you have allowed all of your moderators to be drugged repeatedly. And we don't operate in the court of whether someone is guilty or whether someone is innocent. We operate in the court of public opinion. It's really simple to just say, you know what, this person said XYZ about themselves, and to say, I don't think we should platform this person anymore, but you refuse to do that for viewership, for money, for gifts. And that says exactly who you are, sir. And that's all I have to say about this topic, because you can critique me all you want. You can drag my name through the mud all you want. I've never made anything notable off of your show. My only goal in this has been to tell the truth and honestly to try to have you be accountable for your actions. And
Okay, what
I'm at
actions?
the point of for continuing to platform people who continue microaggressions, who continue attacks against the trans community or against the community that is rainbow, for you to be accountable for not allowing people to have blatant racism on your show, for you to protect the women that were in your corner, because you obviously didn't, for you to protect the survivors in your corner, including yourself, sir. You claiming your survivorship was an opportunity for you to say, my show's going to be better. I'm not going to allow people who have self-outed themselves as this to do this and be platformed on my show. But you didn't do it because you wanted the money, you wanted the rage bait, and you wanted the viewership. And that's 100% exactly why we're here. And yet you have made this entire week about you and your victimhood and how awful things have been for you. And hi, Jules, thanks so much for being the rat that ratted me out. Yes, I know it was you.
You don't
and I
know that.
invited you to Liberal's show. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So
You
thank
don't
you.
even know
okay,
me.
okay.
You don't
So,
even know me.
well,
And
hold
you
on real
sent
quick.
me a
Hold on
message
real
out of
quick.
the blue.
So I just want to point out that Blaze, I never said your name on this show. Nobody knew who you were. Nobody knew that you were the person that I was referring to. Not a single person. Not one time did I name you. In fact, in my Discord, and whoever is in the Discord that's sending you these messages, they're leaving messages out. I very clearly told everybody that they are not to attack and harass you. And in fact, I just locked down the thread that's in there, the mod chat, because Paula pointed out to me that if the people that are going in there wanted to read it, they'd be able to see who it was. And because I didn't want to generate any kind of rage against you or the other person that is also doing this still, and maybe that's in collusion with you, I don't know, that I locked it down so that I could do the screenshots and redact the names. And why? Because I know how people are and how petty other people are, but that's not how I am. Right? From my perspective, and we talked about this, is that you were pushing me in a way, a way that I didn't want the show to be pushed. This is about putting people up here to make them listen to each other. That's why I used the timer. And to say, let's not have this person up because it offends my sensibilities, or let's not put this person up because it does this or that or whatever.
Issue,
that is
sir.
right. Okay, I right.
That's a
for you.
thing.
And hold on. At any point, you could have said, "I don't feel comfortable. I'm going to have to dip out," and then dip out because this show was not yours. The idea of the show was mine. You were one of the newest mods, and you came to me. You asked me to be a mod. You wanted to learn from me. And then instead what you did, you came in there and tried to dictate what this show was going to be. And I didn't like that at all. And I don't know if you're the person that reached out to... Hold on. I let you speak for a very long time. I let you speak for a very long time.
I just want to be clear about something. I drew a line in the sand. I drew a line in the sand for something where my name was going to be attached to it, that it was not going to allow racism. It was not going to allow transphobia. It was not going to allow survivors who have been through horrible things.
I don't allow any of those things.
Yes,
I don't
you
allow
do.
any of those.
Yes,
no, I don't.
You do, sir.
No, you're lying. I don't. You've literally watched me drop people for being racist. You've literally watched me drop people for homophobic and transphobic remarks. I had 2 trans people on my mod. So don't sit there and act like I'm transphobic or allowing people to be transphobic. That is a lie. It's demonstrably false. In fact, everybody that's here can see that because they know what I've done in the past. And we had a guy, eugenicist, I don't know who all was here. That guy was saying some crazy shit. And I was about to drop him, but he ended up getting a violation on his own and dropped him that way, but still. So no, what you're saying is not true. I don't.
And I would like to just say, and Blaze, I would just like to tell you that you say I self-outed myself. Let me just make it very clear to you. You have misinterpreted, you have misrepresented my story, and you have misrepresented.
I'm not here to talk with. I'm not here to talk with rapists.
I don't care what you are doing, lady. You are part of the problem. You've spent the last month and a half talking about due process, but yet you're going to make assumptions about other people and manipulate their story into your narrative. And I find you utterly disgusting.
And I also want to point out, and Blaze, you're welcome to come back up, and I'll tell Hoodie not to talk to you. I understand that, but again, you didn't have this problem until I removed you as a mod. You said that you stood on principles, yet we had those issues, and I very clearly stated what I didn't want. I even stated that I only did those things because you guys pushed me into it, not because I agreed with it, because I wanted you guys to be happy. But I knew if I did that, if I give an inch, people are going to take a mile, because that's how people are. I've been around a long time. I've seen it over and over again. So I wanted to be clear about where we stood, which was that I'm doing this not because I agree, but because I wanted you to be happy, but that this is what the show was about. And you guys didn't respond to it. You went out to the community and you had said these things. And again, nobody here would have known that had you not come up here. I appreciate you for coming up here, certainly. But so that total disrespect for my show and what my show is, not what you want it to be. Like you're demanding that I change for you when you are more than welcome to just get the fuck out. Nobody said that you had to stay there. Nobody kept you there. So for you to sit there and act like I allow transphobia or homophobia, fucking bullshit. I don't think there's a person in here or in the comments that has seen this show for any length of time that would say that. She knows it's not true. Anyway. I mean, I'd like for her to come back up. You know, I want her to be able to say her piece because...
Do you want me to drop down, maybe if she's still in the room, so she can come back up and you guys could finish
I don't think she's still in the room, because she unblocked me, because she had me blocked, and then unblocked me to come in here, because I don't think she'd be able to see my live... right. I'm just going through the people I'm trying to see.
I don't think she's... I just want a refresher, if you don't mind, Tim.
Yeah.
So you guys had a disagreement on Hoodie. Sorry, Hoodie. But you and some of the other mods had a fundamental disagreement on the approach on the handling of something. You guys came to a conclusion, and then because an ultimatum was given, you unmodded everybody because, you know, it's your show and you don't do ultimatums. But ultimately, you did do what they asked.
I did.
Right? You did agree to not platform Hoodie. And then you said, you guys gave me an ultimatum. That's not the way I'm going to roll. You know, good luck and goodbye. And then that's when they were standing on principles by outing everything, trying to air dirty laundry.
Right. Only after they were removed.
Because, you know, they're a part of a family. And they're like, oh, but you said we were in a family. But wait, but then I have another question. Who was going around harassing Blazes?
I don't know.
Because you know when
she made that claim, but she never. When I stopped modding for you, nobody came harassing me. No, none of your. In fact, if anything, your subscribers reached out to me and asked me, you know, how you doing? Nobody came after me. Nobody followed me into other lives. I'm not saying it didn't happen to Blazes. When you left.
Huh?
You're talking about when you left?
When I left, yeah, nobody came haunting me. I was just saying the subscribers actually reached out to me, but I'm not saying it's not happening to Blazes, but if you're that person that's going around stalking her, you're not a friend of the show. Or I don't want to speak for Tim. You're definitely no friend of mine, and I'd like for you to unfollow me.
Yeah, no, I don't get into that, and you know, it's not funny, but I was just sitting while she was talking. I'm like, you're putting the target on your own back by coming up here, which is fine. Like, I get it, but I tried so very hard to not out anybody because of that shit right there. I don't like that. I don't like when people fucking, you know, attack or whatever. And do you think it'll help with the context for me to read that fucking message that I sent to them that day that I sat for 9 hours waiting for a response? Do you think that would help?
I really don't. I mean, it probably it wouldn't hurt, but I don't know. I mean, I just think it just has to die down. I think once time goes by, maybe they'll have some time to reflect on what happened, take accountability for their part, and realize that some of the actions they took led them to this place. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean,
I,
literally, it's just very unfortunate.
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree with all that. I think at this point you don't owe anybody else any further explanation. If somebody needs to see something or hear something, they can come to you directly. We all know you have a lot of us in this situation who know you did not name names at any point and made it very clear you did not want others to harass anybody. We all know that to be true. Anybody who says otherwise is lying. And with that, I really need to go. So will you drop me down?
I will. I will.
Thanks.
And thank you. I appreciate it.
Well,
Um,
we could ask the viewers if they want
that
to see if they
that
want
was
us to
Jules,
put up a
right?
poll. Let's put up a poll
Yeah.
and see if anybody wants you to read it. Otherwise, we can go on to what we do.
Yeah.
Talk
I
about
mean,
Trump.
yeah, I mean, you're probably right that I don't need to read it or justify. I think everybody has seen what, you know. I've been pretty fucking consistent here. Now, when Blaze was talking, and to be fair to Blaze, when she was talking about that I had dragged her name, quote unquote, through the mud, she is mischaracterizing what happened, right, in the Discord.
I
She
mean, if you feel
then
like
I
you need to say
used
it, then read
well
it.
the only reason that I used her name was because she went into the Discord on her own and outed herself. Because even when Val had brought forward that this issue, I still didn't name Blaze until she came in there and jumped in and joined in that and outed herself. I never did that. So
Can I say something here, Tim?
yeah,
Um, you
but not
know,
to Blaze.
exactly. I would. I already said my piece, but for me to tell the story in the first place is not an easy thing for me to do. It's one of the days that's changed my life for the better. Um, Looked at that day under a microscope many, many times to learn the lessons that needed to be learned. And if me telling this story helps one woman or helps a man better understand his responsibility in certain situations, then I will tell it. And if people want to misunderstand the story and put this on my shoulders, I'll do it. And I did it once and I did it again today. And it's not to make myself look good, it's not for virtue signaling, it's because it matters to me. Um, I was asked to clear the air and tell the story so the misgivings of the rumors of the day can be dealt with, and I appreciate the opportunity for allowing me to do that, Tim.
Yeah.
This is why this is one of the best shows on TikTok, in my opinion. So thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah. No, also thought that was important because I think a lot of this was I don't know who that is, but that's a lot of background noise. Let me okay, that was Danny. Danny, I muted you. Sounds like you're walking. But and this is why I don't.
I was up. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. But this is why I also think, and I told Blaze that this wasn't. I didn't think she was doing this maliciously. I didn't think that like I felt like they took his story and like reinvented it in their minds. So to them, their perception is that this did happen, right? Just like earlier, she called him a rapist, even though by the story, that's not what happened, right? And I have no other information to say one way or the other. So, and that's why I also don't want people to attack her because I think she actually thinks she's doing the right thing. And I mean, you got to do what you think is right, but just like why would you go after me? Why would you not go after this person? Or the fucking host that had him up once, told the story, then brought him up just 2 days later. But nope, it just was the guy that happened to unmod them, which kind of drives that point that was the issue, that it was some kind of vindictiveness that drove this narrative, I guess. I don't know. Now I'm rambling, but whatever. We got some new people in. What's up, y'all?
How you doing?
Well, just getting through it. 30
I
minutes
think all
left.
of us are trying to get through it.
Yeah, I'd say. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think you've been on the panel before, haven't you, J-Rez?
Yeah, I've been here before.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much you caught of this, but it's been...
I don't even know what you guys are talking about, honestly.
Yeah, we've gone over it like 3 or 4 times. I don't know.
Be glad you missed it.
There's a lot of...
Well, hey, listen, host.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm just here because earlier too many people were saying nice things about hoodlums, so I'm here to, in the interest of centrism, balance that back out again. I can't let hoodlum get away with that.
Well,
Now,
thank you,
John
Andrew.
was here to do that
I
earlier.
could count on you, Andrew. Thank you.
No, to the people in the comments that I think see this for what it is, I appreciate it. I really do. I think I needed this because, guys, this has been driving me fucking nuts for the entire week. It's because I didn't know what to do. What's up, John?
I got to say, Liberal, that I think you're eminently fair in all of the dealings I've seen, and certainly I have seen you take people to task over errant, mischaracterizations of people. So I have seen you deal with racism and other things. I will say that when I was talking about rhetorically putting Hoodie's head in the turf, I wasn't talking about labelling him as a criminal for crimes that he hasn't stood trial for, and I certainly wasn't talking about outing people's, I said something about his ex-wife, but I certainly wouldn't name her even if I knew her name, right? So there's that, and the only reason I even brought that topic up was because I felt that he wasn't compassionate to the damage being done on families that he was simply ignoring. I'm saying, well, hang on, you had a family, and how did it feel? So that was my way of trying to reflect to him an emotional difficulty that he seemed to be completely absent-minded about for others. But that doesn't mean he should be outed, the circumstances of his family, their names, accusations made that simply haven't been levied by any justice authorities. I mean, that's all bad faith, because if you expect the presumption of innocence in any accusations made against you from a criminal justice perspective, you've got to give that to other people until they're found guilty, right? Otherwise, it is mob rule. And so as much as the safe space thing is I listened to what Blaze said there, and I understood her appeal for a safe space. And yet I've got to say that, if you come onto a political debating live where there are both sides of the aisle ventilated, it's not going to be particularly safe. I mean, a political debate by its very nature is warfare by other means, and that's the reality of it. The whole origin of the British Parliament that led to our political discourse today, the Congress and everything, was at the end of the English Civil War. It was literally, okay, we're going to stop fighting this 20-year-old war, and instead we're going to have that war rhetorically. So it literally is war by other means when we're talking politics in this way. And that's not safe. I'm sorry to say.
And yeah, I mean, to that point, like I understand what she's saying, but there are a lot of spaces on here that are for that exact reason.
Exactly.
And this show was never about that. Like, I don't want people to feel unsafe at all. But you know what I mean? Like, it's a very subjective limit. So somebody could feel unsafe about a lot of things that even your average person wouldn't even remotely understand, and so it's hard to when you're catering to that. Like, I just it's fine to feel that way. I'm not going to judge you for feeling that way.
No,
but
of course.
That's not what the show is about, and that's
if you have a political show that's dealing with political opponents, then it literally stems from the Parliament that came out of England, which was founded at the end of the Civil War between the parliamentarians and the royalists. Okay, and all of the system you have there in the United States is a derivative of that system. So what I'm really saying
Yeah.
is it's not hyperbole to say that political discourse is war by other means, because it exactly was that. That was the remedy to the English Civil War. So it's just not safe in the sense that, as you say, there are other safer spaces in other social media forums if you want to try to deal with those more personal issues. Politics is
Yeah.
simply not a safe space. It's that
Yeah.
simple.
John, I
No,
John, I
I appreciate
completely
that.
John, I completely agree with you, but I can't tell if it's because of the accent or not. It might be,
I love when John comes up. Yeah, no, the I don't know. The voice is soothing. The accent is soothing. Gotta say.
Well, I
I
think
I've
appreciate
wanted
that.
to. I've wanted to go to Australia for a lot of years. Like, if I was to go somewhere, I would want to go down there.
well, I think
You,
that
you're welcome to come over. We'll throw a shrimp on the barbie for you.
That's funny, because you guys don't even say that, right? That's one of
No,
those
we don't.
Americanized things. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's right,
No,
exactly.
no, that's fucking funny. Hey,
so.
what were you gonna say, Hoodie?
Yeah, I think that opportunities for growth come at the expense of failures and hard conversations, and unfortunately, that's the truth of the experience of living your life. And it's easy to be agreeable, and it's easy to always be right and do right and be successful, but unfortunately, sometimes that is a stagnated position. So
Yep.
in this
It's all
particular
it's
case,
all public opinion, honestly.
yeah,
That's it.
in this
Yeah.
particular case, I learned some very lifelong lessons that, and I was talking about this earlier. Like, I decided to make drastic changes in behavior, and I don't even know what my life even would have looked like if that day never happened, because it didn't. So this is a story that I think was very beneficial to my experience moving forward. And who's to say what it would have been if it didn't? And same with conversations with people that make you grow, that make you question your standing. Those are all good things in my book.
Do you think you feel better after sharing this story at all? Like a weight lifted, or do you think it just was too long ago?
Well, it's definitely out there. it and
I mean, aside from all the extracurricular activities going on.
it's one of those moments where you haven't thought about it for years, and then all of a sudden you spend the last week debating with yourself if you did the right thing in telling that story. Great question, and I think that at the end of the day, my reasoning for telling the story makes me think it was the right thing to do, and I do feel better. Tim, thanks for asking.
Yeah. Anybody else? I mean, because we got 20 minutes left. I'm not going to extend this. I'm done, and I get 2 days off, so I'll be back on Tuesday.
I want to tell Hoodie something to stop saying things that I agree with because it's really making me crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
when we had our subscriber only live, and Paula, I think you could back me up on this. Hoodlum was not the person you see on the lives. Just wasn't. Am I
Well,
wrong?
I don't.
times that I'd get really mad for making people agree with Hoodie on the actual live, and I'd say something like, "And I hate you guys for making me agree." But I think context is everything. And after hearing Hoodie talk this morning, because really, y'all, I didn't know any of this happened. I'm like a lot of viewers. I was like, "What the fuck's going on?" And upon hearing Hoodie, what he said about sharing a lesson, a life lesson, an important lesson to folks to how to navigate or when they're in those situations, because you know what, uh, like, well, you can know somebody a long time and not know somebody, and you know, good people get caught up in bad stuff all the time. I'm not saying if Hoodie is good or not good. But if you're taking everything that he said gospel, then you have to take the whole thing that he said. And if it is in fact he was trying to point out what happened to him as a life lesson for other people to learn by, because sometimes shit happens when you're having fun, right? Then you have to take it as that. I don't know how else you can interpret it, but I will say this. If you're a survivor, sometimes that your point of view is different. Not bad, not good, just different. And I you know, yeah, I that's a long way of saying I've off when we've had our subscriber chats, Terry, I'm sorry. But he's been very helpful. And that's it. I guess I can ramble on and on, but that's basically all I'm going to say.
Well,
Well,
I
I
just got
love
to
hearing you
chime
talk
in.
because I've been missing you, Paula. Just got to say.
I just got
Anyway.
to chime in
I'm
and
glad
say,
to
honey,
feel.
your fashion sense is awful. Okay, I'm just gonna I'm balancing out the panel here. Your fashion sense needs a bit of work. I don't know.
That's funny.
Liberal, can I actually ask you a question about those sub lives going forward?
Yeah.
When are they going to resume?
Hopefully next week, if I can
Okay.
actually get some like fucking downtime. I feel like I feel better now, so
Good.
so hopefully I can just do nothing and come back on Tuesday, ready to go. Because it's usually Tuesday after my show, 9 to 1. Then we do the subscriber only lives. And this week I was going to start doing an evening show on Wednesday and Friday, but then, all that shit happened. So, I just wasn't into it. But, because the criticism of like making money and having viewers is like, yeah, I want to make money doing this. Of course. Like, why
And they
wouldn't
all
I?
co-signed for that.
Right.
Everybody, all of the mods were on the live where I was talking about it, and I was pushing hard for it because I would say, as your business manager, these are the things we
Right.
need to do to get your live in the to get it up on the stats so that you can get more viewerships, so that you can
Yeah.
accomplish your goal, which is try to find common ground. And people like Hoodie is one of those things. And everybody, the mods co-signed for that.
Right.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's true. And to the you having him up here just for viewers, and it's like, well, he does drive controversial shit. And while I don't like the way society is right now, people generally won't stop unless there's a fucking train wreck to look at. So you end up with, fewer viewers unless you have something that's going on that intrigues them enough. But they stop for the train wreck, but then they stay for the cleanup.
You
And
can't lead
that's
if you don't have any followers, Tim.
right. So by getting the viewers to come in, and then they end up, usually by the end of the live, a lot of people are in agreement with each other. Conservatives, if we have any on the panel, and
Well,
Democrats.
when
So
people stick around, yeah, when people stick around, it's.
yeah,
I often think, I don't know, because younger people don't know this, or maybe even know who I'm talking about. But Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Antonin Scalia were, at each other's throats in their political views and opinions. But they like went on vacation trips together to India and were like the closest of friends. And there's certain things that I draw lines at and will not support and stuff, but I can still be friendly and even I would say be friends with people that I disagree with. And I don't know, not everyone's going to be like that. And I don't know the story that you
Yeah,
guys are
fuck
talking
that.
about. I didn't hear I didn't hear Hoodlum tell the story. I don't know the story. I'm not asking him to tell it again now. So I'm here without that context, but you know, like I think we I don't know. We gotta get back to okay. There are so many things I disagree with about Hoodlum, and the reason I want to join panels like this is because I want my ideas to beat his in the
right.
people who are watching. You know what I mean? Like that's and I know host. If anyone says anything out of pocket, you drop them. So I feel like it's a fair space. And then the last thing I'll say is just because I don't know anything that's going on. I'm not in your Discord, so I don't have the backstory of all of it. And I didn't know who you were talking about. I didn't hear you say any usernames or people's names. You were just talking mods. So from a very, 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 very outside perspective, it was today seemed very anonymous to me. I wasn't thinking.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I wanted it to be that way. And hell, I even locked down the damn purge archive so that I can go through and spend the time to screenshot everything and redact names. Because, I just, I don't get into all that.
Can I throw in my 2 cents worth?
Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, so one of the things that I like coming here for is that there is an exchange of ideas, and sometimes people don't like them, and sometimes they do. But like if I go through some of the other chats, and all it is just a liberal bitch session, and there's 8 people up there just screaming at each other and they're all agreement. Man, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't mind having a debate and having an honest debate, but I sure don't want to be in one where everybody just wants to sit and scream at me because I have a different opinion on how things are done or who should be doing them or those kind of things. I think that that's where we tend to lack, and you give a platform for all of that, and I think that's very important. So and all those people who were upset because I am one of your subscribers, not one of them contacted me, and I'm certain it's because I am more conservative, and they're not wanting to preach to me. They only want the people that think like them, and that's the hard part for me.
They already feel sorry for you. They already feel sorry for you. They don't want to make your mental affliction any worse.
Hey, Danny,
Come on, John.
what beer did you review?
We're all friends here. We're all friends here.
Just a little heads up, everybody. Danny reviews beers on his page, and he's also an activist in his community. And on that note, I was wondering, Danny, is there any updates on your that big bad building in your neighborhood?
We actually got on the ballot, so we are officially on the ballot for November 4th to become a city. Yesterday, a local realtor put up 52 acres for $6 million. It's over $100,000 an acre,
Yikes.
which is just ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
And
they're gonna.
they listed it to be sold as a Bitcoin mine. And so I took them our articles of incorporation. I took them the order that the judge signed. I took them the new state law that's passed in the House but has not gone through the Senate yet that will give counties the ability to regulate sound. And I served them with the 3 different lawsuits that I'm in around air pollution, noise pollution, and all these industries trying to come in our area. And so these guys were like, what? I'm like, I'm just letting you know that whoever buys this is going to need to know we are going to fight them, and we're going to fight them hard. And then our air permit did make it out of prelims, and so we are going to actually have a hearing over their air permit, which is the first time in the state of Texas history that a gas plant has had to defend their right to get an air permit. So
do you want to give everybody a quick background, because I don't know if everybody understands what you're doing?
Okay, well, so I live in a area in Texas. When you live in a county area, you don't have to follow any rules. I have a barn on my property. I did not have to get a permit for it. I called a concrete company. They laid it out. Called a construction company. They built it. I ran the wiring, did whatever. Nobody checks anything. That's great when you live here. But when an industry comes in, that's another problem. So we have 2 electric plants that were here when I moved in. A mile and a half away, they built a 3rd gas electric plant. Then the plants behind us, one of them was what's called a peak plant, so they run part-time. They got full-time status, put in a Bitcoin mine next door, and the Bitcoin mine runs at about 72 to 78 decibels on my property with this ridiculous hum 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it has ruined the peacefulness of my country property that I own. So
Danny, that's close to, I think 87 is 87 decibels is the limit for when it starts to cause hearing damage. So that is saying it's 78 decibels on your property is 10 decibels away from hearing damage level. That's really, like, for people who don't know, that's really loud. 78 is movie theaters loud.
Stupid ridiculous. Yeah.
So basically, Danny, the conservative activist, and this is an example of this show, he's doing something that I think every liberal would support, because nobody wants a big utility company putting in a mega uh, what do you call it? What is it called? A
Well,
mining?
this one is a Bitcoin mining facility, but basically it's a data center. They are building them all over the country now because of AI. So what the Bitcoin does, the high-speed supercomputers that draw the power, it's the same for Bitcoin as it is for data centers or for AI.
And
So
this is
they're
where we
coming
can
for
all
everybody.
unite. We should
Yeah.
all be like totally behind Danny on this 100%.
Yes,
I
all
actually
jokes
had
aside, all jokes aside, props to Danny. I've got to agree with it.
Yeah,
We've
yeah,
got-
and
we've got-
that's a weird thing to go. Not many people go. I'm gonna create a fucking town to get rid of your ass. I think it's wonderful. I think it's awesome.
That's like having like a drone flying directly over your head. That noise and the noise
Big
level,
drone.
and yeah, it's that fan rotating sound that it's got a certain pitch to it. You know, I could see that if somebody put that in
Fucking
my
drive me
neighbor's
nuts.
property, yeah, I would have a huge problem with that.
And the last
Well,
thing
let's
is
just
anybody listening can go to Danny's page and help repost his post, especially about this matter. I think that would help him so much.
Yeah. Well,
well that
especially
just
These types
since
of
the
goes.
things.
senators haven't voted yet. So if the senators catch wind that it's an issue, if any of their people see it, then that could help. I want to tell people, if you want to know what it's like, because you're right about the drone, but the better example is if you want to know what it's like in my backyard. And remember, I have 8.5 acres. My neighbor across the street has 600 acres, and then my neighbors on either side both have 10, and the ones behind me have 60. So it's not like there's a lot of us in my neighborhood. If you want to know what it's like living on my property, go outside, invite your friends over for a barbecue, set it up around your AC unit, and then turn your AC down to 50 so it never shuts off, and see how much you enjoy sitting around that. Because that's really what it's like. You're yelling over it. And after a while, you go, why are we yelling? And it's because it's so freaking loud in the backyard, you can't hear each other.
No, it goes
My
to what you were
backyard's 8 acres.
goes to what
These
you
types of
goes to what you were saying, Liberal, about the rich screwing over the poor. And all I got to say to you, Danny, one is well done. But two, why does it take for something to affect you personally before you have the conscience to say these rich companies are screwing us to the ground?
We don't have enough time to go into that
Yeah,
debate.
maybe. Well, that's.
I tell you
It's
what,
like,
you both come back.
when it gets you personally, what? No empathy before the fact.
Well, I don't think
we
Danny's
could
without empathy.
No, I'm
yeah.
talking about for vulnerable communities, for other people who are being impacted by essentially
John, let
big
me let
money.
me let me take what you're saying and attack it from a different perspective, because we've already got them on our side in some way.
Yeah,
This
and I'm not.
this type of thing,
You know.
this type of thing is affecting intentionally small communities around the entire country. So, like for example, the executive order for logging our forests because we're not getting wood from Canada anymore. They're intentionally picking parts of the country next to smaller towns. Who's going to listen to a town of 2,000 people, right? And what you're saying is you have very few neighbors because of how many acreage you and all your neighbors own. Who's going to put up a fight? Because they're not putting this. They're not putting this in Long Island. You know what I'm saying? Like for other reasons too, probably. But who's going to fight back from a small county in Texas to the noise violations, right, or the noise problems? So
The
we've
quote we
got to
got
we've
from the
got to all
tenants.
band together. These small communities together can do something, I think. But individually, what are you going to do? Without people like Danny who think of outside of the box, going to incorporate a town because a county can't fight back, but a town can. That's smart stuff. But what about all the other 100 small counties in America that are going to be or already are dealing with the same thing?
Sure. I mean, this is on both sides of the aisle too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not just pointing the finger and saying it's only Republicans. There's plenty of donor Democrats who put money in their pocket too, who've looked after special interest in the corporate sector, big money, right? So I'm not saying it's just one side of the aisle, but I am saying that there seems to, and Hoodie's the same. He's today talked about his story and he's glad he said it and all the rest. And we go, what about the stories of really vulnerable people having their lives turned upside right now, and just the simple lack of empathy to be able to put yourself in their shoes and go, I've got a story too that didn't actually pan out very well, or I learnt from, or there was shit going down. And it's like, can't you apply that same thinking to other people? Because I tell you what, if we all did, we wouldn't be voting in these fuckers who have put this system into play.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair point, and but this goes back to delivery, and these are things that you say them, they just heard you, and we leave it at that, and they go away, and they will. This is something that they're going to think about.
I'll leave it at that.
You know what I mean? Like I feel like
Fair
that
enough.
is true. I feel like that works, and because I'm not attacking Danny. I love what Danny's doing. I think that's amazing. Because
I do too.
people back from my home state fucking hated me because I was always up somebody's ass about shit that they were doing wrong, and they just fucking hated it. And I remember a lawyer reaching out after my lawyer had quit, and he's like, I'm not going to talk to you on the phone because you recorded phone conversations, and while that's not illegal, it's not in good faith. I'm like, bitch, I've got your email right here. Like, it was a guy, by the way. Like, I've got your email literally right here. It's the same damn difference. I can screenshot it, send it, forward it. Like, what's the difference? I don't know. But, so, yeah, I mean, fight the good fight, man, wherever it is.
Hey,
I mean,
Lib, the thing I came up here to say, and this goes back a few minutes, was you guys are talking about the need to keep a lively discussion that people will stop and watch and listen and maybe participate. And I get that. I get that 100%. I just wanted to elaborate on that just a little bit. And when the lively discussion is about issues that matter to them, they're more likely to stay and come back and participate than they are if it's a lively discussion that's just about personalities of people they don't really know.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah. But like for example, like because I was finding Paulie, because you were here since the beginning before I even had those pictures up. We found that Republicans just would not come on. They wouldn't come on. Couldn't get them to come on. Had a bunch of liberals up here, nobody else. So I put Trump is Shitler, and then the other stuff. I started putting that stuff up there, and boy, they just it was like flies to whatever.
I think that's when Hoodlum came.
Yeah, and Josh also came, and I think the missus and a bunch of people started coming, but they ended up staying because I explained. I'm like, guys, I just did that to get you all up here, and then we could talk. And they realized, okay, this guy isn't an asshole. He's
a lot of them stay because make it a safe space. But the ones who come and make it an unsafe space for other people, those are the ones who need to go.
Yeah,
right. You need to keep it a safe space for everybody on both sides.
For sure. Look, I drop people that do that shit.
I guess I just got to say this because I come from a different place to you guys. I come from Australia, and I guess we part company on that because our Prime Minister, who was at the time the Treasurer, who won universal healthcare by taking on the Conservatives in Parliament, these were the sorts of words he used to describe his Conservative opponents. I'm just going to quote a few. Harlots, and this is in Parliament, right, in your Congress. Harlots, sleazebags, frauds, immoral, cheats, blackguards, pigs, mugs, clowns, boxheads, criminal intellects, criminals, stupid crooks, corporate crooks, friends of tax cheats, brain damaged, loopy crims, stupid foul-mouthed grubs, piece of criminal garbage, dullards, stupid, mindless, crazy, alley cats, bunyip aristocracy, clots, fops, gigolos, harebrained, hillbilly, malcontents.
Okay, hold on. You're throwing out a lot of things that TikTok may not like.
Oh, really?
And I just realized that just now, and I'm like, wait. Maybe we shouldn't do this.
Welcome to Australia is all I got to say. Welcome to Australia. That's how we won universal health care. That's how we won the universal health care.
Yeah, politicians submit themselves to that stuff. A guy just wanting to come up and say why he voted for Trump,
Sure. I take the distinction.
Issues, right? He hadn't got elected to public office. He hadn't really submitted himself to that level first time he comes on live.
No, fair enough. I take your point.
I was fine with most of it, but once you said miscreants, it's like too far for me.
I just think it's hilarious that the Australian Prime Minister in our Parliament has said a whole bunch of words that aren't even legal on TikTok. I mean, I only got halfway through that page.
That's funny.
One of the things I love is the major difference between the UK Parliament and Australian Parliament. I think even like New Zealand is kind of wild like that. And then you go and watch a clip like the United States Congress, and like the kind of misses they do that are like the gentlemen on the other side, like we are so polite
You guys
in
are
this
lame.
country.
You guys are so
Yeah, we're
lame.
really
It's like,
fucking
come
lame.
on. I'm like, come on, especially for liberals. I'm like, come on, put your fingers out. I mean, call
Yeah.
it out for crying out loud. Say,
I
call a
mean,
spade
There's
a
all the
spade.
squirrels in Congress that you can't say things. But then
now,
you
Oh
go to
my
UK or Australia and they're like, you soft, like it's fantastic to watch.
well, I think it.
Well, the
Okay,
thing
so I
is,
think it's important to differentiate here because I am trying to bring Americans together, right? When I talk to politicians, that is a whole fucking different ball of wax, and my demeanor
yeah,
is different, and definitely, especially depending on what the issue is that I'm pushing against. I mean,
fair point.
Hold them to higher standards.
yeah, absolutely. And it's like I'm gonna say something to you that you're definitely not gonna like, and there's nothing you can fucking do about it because this is America, and America, yeah,
And the theatrical specifics depend on the audience.
exactly right. And this here is just for people to realize because I think we've stopped understanding that the conservatives, what have you, not necessarily MAGA, but they are just like us. They just see things different, and we gotta realize that because that's how you bring people together when something fucked up happens, and then you've got this community that you built of people that from both sides. And they may not still vote in my way, but at least we can fucking talk and be nice to each other.
Very cool.
It's great to be having a conversation about it. And I just want to say I'm probably not the last person that should be talking here. But I've been up on your panel over the last couple of months on and off, and you've always been fair. And anybody that comes up that says a bunch of crazy stuff, I've seen you kick them off fairly quickly. Like, I don't think you platform anything like that. I don't agree with Hoodie almost ever, but he's at least willing to have a conversation. And that's what I see most of the time on your panel, people willing to have a conversation with other people.
Well, and it goes like they wanted me, well, I shouldn't say they. One mod wanted me to not bring Millie back on the show. And I'm like, what fucking sense does that make? Like, Millie brought the highest viewer show that I've had. And I'm like, she interrupted a lot, but a lot of people do. You know what I mean? She never said anything that I thought was like, something that I would remove her for. And so that just goes back into their trying to drive me in a direction I didn't want to go.
I will say, like, I'm sorry, Andrew. You can go.
I'll go super quick, I promise. This is a conflict, that's very old, and it's all in all types of industries, but especially in politics. The news. It's like, okay, gotta, we gotta reach to affect change. Want to affect things. It's gotta reach.
We can barely hear you, Andrew.
You're breaking up, Andrew.
Yeah, pretty bad. It's really hard to hear what you're saying.
Let me hold off and I'll go next. Okay.
Can I say something about Millie? She did bring up a lot. I've been in her lives before. She brought a lot of people with her. I've been on her lives, and I've been talked down to on her lives by not necessarily her, but a lot of people that she has on her lives, calling me I'm a terrible nurse, I'm a piece of shit, I'm a blah blah blah. So I think maybe that's what they're going off of. She wasn't like that here, I agree. On her lives it's a little different. So I think that's what maybe they were getting at, but
nope. They specifically said because this is what Millie does. Millie goes and hijacks your live and makes money off of it. And if we have any values, we shouldn't be doing that. That was the reason that this person gave. And I'm like,
never mind.
She didn't hijack my live. I'm like, at no point was the live hijacked. Like, people were here listening. She brought her people in. They gifted her. I mean, it was funny because I think a portion of when my panelists get gifted. It's not much, but so I made money off of what she had made. So I'm like, shit, as long as she's not being a fucking racist, I'm okay with it. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so as the Democrats have their eating their own tail issue and infighting and all that. Well, we have the same thing on the other side, when it comes to Millie and Justin and Roro and all that stuff that just all went down. We had people even taking it to the next step, where they were actually going in there and reporting and getting people's lives taken down because they didn't want the competition. And I mean, that's even a lower low than what was going on over here or in other
Yeah.
places. So I mean, it like I said, everyone's very emotional right now. Everyone's trying to get their footings after the election and the drip of the day, that all the information and news that is dropping, it's put everyone in this excitable state, so
One
hopefully
good
we
thing
can
about being on
smooth that out.
TikTok here, like if you don't like the conversation, you can leave, and that's what I
Right.
do. If I feel like I'm not in a conversation that they're even respecting my point of view, I just don't go back. So
Right.
Unless you
Yeah.
don't have thumbs, you can't scroll without thumbs. I don't know how you.
Well, where the hell am I
Yeah.
going to go? Where would I go then?
that's a
No,
great question,
I
Hoodie.
just wanted to say, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
I got a suggestion, but it wouldn't be polite.
Andrew, go ahead.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, it's a tales all the time. It's a like one. Okay, you could start out, with small group of people following you, right? But as soon as you start to grow, and if your goal is to reach as many people as possible, there comes a time when, news channels have to think about how do we pay for this? How do we get marketers so that we can reach more people with our message, right? Blah blah blah. How do you get more views so that you can reach more people and accomplish the goal you're trying to accomplish of bringing people together, a noble goal? You have to, it's unrealistic for people to expect creators who are trying to grow and actually affect change to act in a way that will limit their growth to affect
Right.
that change. Just like it's unrealistic to expect people like me, like I'm a film composer. I'm not an artist. I'm a craftsperson. I write music for someone else's movie. I'm not sitting here precious about my writing the perfect music that is absolutely perfect. When a director says, "No, I don't like that, write it again." I do it because I'm working on a movie, and a movie is a business and it has to make money
Right.
so that I can write the music for the next movie. It's just once you get to a certain point in any career or anything that is like trying to grow, you're going to have to say, "Well, maybe I really hate Millie, but she brings in views." And then for me, if I'm in here on your panel next to someone arguing with Millie and she's bringing in, or they, I don't know who this person is, they're bringing in thousands of views, and then that gives me the chance to make her ideas look bad and my ideas look better and hopefully win over those portion of those thousands of people. So you got to make those
Yeah.
kind of compromises.
Yeah,
And I
because I
think
got a
people are
bunch of
naive.
people from that live that followed. I think almost 200 followed
I
me
mean, even
from
I
that one
follow
live.
Millie.
Yeah.
Even before she came on the show, I follow Millie because why? And as a woman, I told her she was a goddess, and I told her she was a queen. Her show as a woman creator, she's effective, she's talented, and it's not bad
She's
to
quick.
follow. I know, yeah, she's smart as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
Yeah, I've got to say, can I call you Tim? Is it okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
I've got to say, Tim, that running the forum the way you do is at least gives a chance for opposing voices to call out the bad ones. I went to just happened to scroll past a live the other day, where there was a bunch of very conservative people going on about the whole chromosome issue, the whole issue of can a man be a woman, and all the rest of it, and they were so cruel, and it was such an unsafe space that when I went up on the live and simply said the words, these are the first things first. These are human beings. They're some of our most vulnerable people. They suffer the highest rate of unalive self-unalive rates of any community. And they literally dropped me at that point because they couldn't hear that message, and because there wasn't an equal forum, there was no way to rebut the actual cruelty that they were putting over to a whole segment of people who were watching. And the fact that they actually dropped me because I was simply saying, "Where's your humanity? Where the hell is it?" I mean, that's unbelievable. So I didn't get the minute 15 seconds I would have got here to be able to properly eviscerate them, right? And that's the point.
Yeah. And the only time that I stop somebody in their first minute and 15 to say whatever it is that they're wanting to say is when they come out with some fucking racist, homophobic, transphobic bullshit crap.
Fair enough.
And mute them and be like, well, we're not going to do that here. And if they keep doing it, then they're gone.
I mean, wasn't it yesterday or the day before that Siren? And was it you, John?
Yeah, she called me a white colonist.
I mean, you guys had the zestiest exchange.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Well, the thing is, right, that it was different. See, she was different to me than Hoodie. And the reason is because I felt that when I was debating with him about the various constitutional issues, that he wasn't acknowledging the circumstances that created the contradiction in my mind, and he persisted with that. That's my view. He might have another one, but the thing was with Siren, the points she was making were legitimate. They were in good faith. She was just targeting the wrong guy, right? She was targeting someone she hadn't bothered to ask whether I was in fact that person or not. She was targeting a stereotype that she thought. Now that's why I didn't respond in the same way I did with Hoodie, where I got a bit personal. Because I took her in good faith. I didn't think she was criticising me in bad faith. Whereas
No. I mean, the exchange was super zesty, and I just want to say that
I
if
thought
you
so
have
too.
an exchange with, if you have an exchange with Siren, you should just be like, thank you, because
she and I went at it. She and I went at it too.
Siren and I, a ride or die. I talk to her every single day, and it's something nobody understands about Siren is that when she's speaking out of like a 4 out of 10, that's everyone else's 12 out of 10. Like she texts me in all caps all the time. She doesn't even turn. I've never got a text from her that wasn't in all caps, and that's just who Siren is. So everyone's always like, "Siren's so intense." And I'm like, "Girl, that's her 4." You know what I mean? Like that's what I love.
I'm an Aussie, right? We drop the C word every third word over here, right? So for me, it's water off a duck's back. Like we call our friends C words because it's like, hey, C word, how you doing? Like
I found it
that's who we are.
Funny.
Water off a duck's back.
That she was accusing John of being a colonizer when the real colonizers sentenced his forefathers and deported them to Australia. John's people weren't the colonizers.
But that whole conversation, Beach, do you agree that
whole conversation it was a prison.
couldn't have taken place in any other line?
Absolutely. That's again the fact that people can come here and say what they want without getting shouted down. That's one of the best things about this live.
I appreciate that. I'm going to stick to it.
I met Siren in a similar circumstance that it sounds like you did, John, and she took me to task. Now we are extremely close friends because I stuck with her and listened and learned, and like I've learned so much from her. I chase her around in lives, and just listen to some of the lives that she's in, and I've learned so much about mine and her existence and how I can never understand what a black person in America is walking to 7-Eleven is like. I don't know. I'm just saying that
that's right.
It sounds like you had a tough she took you. She made a called you something.
It wasn't that bad.
Called me those things too.
No.
It was so. Siren and I, we went at it, and she was interrupting, and I kept having to mute. I ended up having to drop her, and I brought her back up later, and we've been cool ever since. But I want to point out that after that show yesterday, it was yesterday, I think, right? When it's the Siren. Yeah. So we had posted about it in Discord, and everybody, because everybody knows Siren. They know how Siren is when she gets on the panel. They were like, well, we were worried about, Siren and John. And in the Discord, and we were talking about it, everybody's laughing because, some people can take her wrong. And somebody posted a fucking video about that, trying to make it look like we were talking shit about Siren.
Oh, right, yeah. No, look,
from the Discord. Fucking crazy.
See, that's all nonsense. She gets the right to say what she believes. The fact is, if I thought she was acting in bad faith, that is, she continued once I corrected her about my personal view, and after that she didn't say a word to me when I said, look, basically you're a thespian gaslighter. She does get a bit of a theatrical tone to the voice, and I just thought, well, that's all part of her rhetorical method. But the reality was that she was targeting the wrong guy, and because, I could have said to her, if I thought she was acting in bad faith, that my Lakota friends call people like her pretendians, right? Now,
And
I didn't
well,
say that.
and you're right, John. And once you had expanded on what you were trying to say and what your view was, there was no more argument because then she
that's right. It was
understood.
the end of it.
She understood.
That's right.
Yep. And it was
Yes.
it was done and it was over. It was squashed.
And I think that's the beauty of giving everyone equal time. Though I must say, can I just say one thing, Tim? You know, when
Yeah.
you say I'll give 2 minutes to people to sort it out, I think
Yeah.
sometimes when you do that, you should go, I'll give 1 minute to each side to sort it out, because part of the problem with giving 2 minutes is sometimes it happened with her and another guest yesterday where he thought he was going to get 2
Right.
minutes in response, and she ended up soaking
Yeah.
up most of the time, which is, gish galloping,
Yeah,
Well,
no, I thought I had explained it well enough. I'm like, this is for both of you. You both can speak during this and I do that because especially if they're getting heated, and it's like
You let
I
them
want
have
you
an
guys to
interchange,
get
yeah.
the shit out, just
move on.
yell at each other, whatever, and then we're not going to talk about it afterwards. We're
Well,
done.
maybe it's got to be
like
maybe it's got to be like 4 minutes or something.
Well,
Like
no,
maybe
no,
it's,
no,
maybe
no.
it's
I just think, Tim, if you notice that someone's actually monopolising that time, you should sort of say, okay, let's give the other guy a
I
time.
almost did. I almost said, "Hey, what was his name? Sensei." I was like, "Hey," I was gonna say, "Sensei, you can speak," and I didn't because I'm like, I'm just listening to Siren. I love the way she talks. And I'm just like, "Hey, you know what? If you're gonna say nothing, bro, I'm sorry. That's on
if
you.
you can't stand up for yourself, well, that's fair enough too, isn't it? So.
I can't stand up for you, bro."
yeah. No,
But
I'm with you.
I did feel bad about it. I probably should have given him some time to.
Well, you can't
respond,
fight
but-
other people's battles for them. I'll give you that. So.
Sensei, if you're watching, my apologies, man. No, it was. I love hearing Siren speak. So,
she's right about all the things she was saying. I mean, that was why I didn't take her in bad faith. You see, it's different if once you say to someone, "Hey, look, there's a contradiction at the heart of your issue here," and if you could just acknowledge that, even if to say, "Look, I actually do see the double standard, but I can't change my view," fine, I can respect that. It's when you stick like shit to a blanket to the double standard. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Like, seriously, you're talking to someone who's not as dumb as you think we are.
Right. Yeah. Well, guys, technically the live is over, and usually I give last word, but I guess last word goes to me this round. Does anybody else have anything that they wanted to add before I shut it down?
No, just you're a good bloke. You're a good bloke.
Well, I appreciate that. Is it? I meant other than John, because John has been talking for a minute.
Thank you.
John likes to talk. If you come to the live and John's on here, you're going to hear from John.
John, I'm going to send you a little souvenir of a fanny pack. Here in America, we have things called fanny packs. I know that in Australia, the fanny is a different word, but you can wear it wherever you want, I guess.
It means the bit in the middle at the
So, wait, do you have a version of our fanny pack? Do you have a version of that, or what do you call it?
We call it a bum bag.
A bum bag. That's funny. I actually like. I mean, I guess it's the same difference, but yeah, that's funny.
But you guys, we call over here a fanny is a V.
Well, you can wear it, right? You can wear
vagina.
a
It's a
fanny
vagina
pack in the front. I don't know.
That's funny.
Right.
I didn't know that. So now I know.
Same with rooting. When you guys say you're rooting for a team, over here that means fucking. So when you're rooting for someone,
oh, wow.
Like, really? Is that what you're doing?
That's hilarious.
What's a walkabout?
A walkabout is when our First Nations people go onto country, and they go and practice their spiritual.
Oh no, then I'm thinking of something different, like go on a walk.
Sometimes it's used.
There was a whole.
Sometimes it's used inappropriately to describe a pub crawl.
You mean like going from bar to bar to bar or whatever?
Yeah. Bar to bar. It's basically spending a day going bar to bar as a pub crawl.
I must be thinking of something different. I'll have to find it because I have it somewhere. But I was a student exchange student in Australia and saw in high school for like a summer exchange program, and they gave us a whole paper list of words not to say. And I swear there was something about walking, like having a walk or something that was a term used for sex. But I thought it was walkabout. I think I must be mistaken. But I'll have to find that list and share.
Well, I tell you what.
Root.
Okay, so John, real quick, give us like 10 things that we say normally in our everyday stuff that is like an insult over there, if there are that many.
Oh gosh, you put me on the spot. I don't know if I can do that. 10 things on the spot
Okay,
like that.
however many that come to your mind.
Congratulations. Nobody's done that before.
The only thing I can relay is I think funny is that the amount of times we use the C word, because we use it universally and we've got all the different tones behind it. So if we say it in a jovial way, we're saying, "Hi, C, how you doing?" Right? And
Right.
And that's a mateship thing. But if we say it angry, like you're a fucking C, right? Well, then that's like we're going toe to toe. We're about to have a fight, right?
Kind of like the B word for us.
Right, and the
Yep.
thing is, because Americans get so offended by the C word, I actually
Yep.
did some work. I did some work as a roadie for a while, and we would have all the American touring crews come over with Taylor Swift, the Foo Fighters, and all the rest, right? And then they would tell us stuff, and they would be so arrogant because, of course, Americans can't help themselves, and we're pretty sort of we're not as arrogant as you guys, and so when we get told to do something like we're fucking cattle, we go, "Hey, listen, C, go fuck yourself." And then they all freeze like we've just stabbed their mother, right? And it turned and the best example of this was there was actually when the floods occurred here in 2011 up in Brisbane, the Foo Fighters did a free concert here, and two of their touring crew guys beat up one of our guys because he said the word, and they took it the wrong way and they gave him a bit of a hiding. Well, that ended up in a toe-to-toe between all the Aussies and all the Americans.
Wow.
And our cops rocked up and saw it, just said, "Oh, no, you guys finish it off." The cops didn't even get involved because they're like, "Oh, no, this is an Aussie versus American thing, right?"
That's
and the Americans,
funny.
we handed the Americans' asses to them, right? Because we just we don't put up with this shit, right? And the funny part is now, every time there's a rock concert that comes to Queensland, there's a safety talk that directly talks about having respect for their. They have the touring crews there, and it's a special safety talk just to make sure you don't piss off Queenslanders, because especially in
That's
Queensland, we
fucking
don't put
funny.
up with that shit.
I love
the thing
it.
is that we admire Americans for all the things you bring to the world, and yet at the same time, there's this thing about you guys at times where you're like, "We're fucking better than everyone else." Like, no, you're not, cunt. Shut the fuck up.
I don't think we can. I don't think that's
sorry,
TikTok
sorry.
friendly. I don't know if I'm supposed
I
to
have a
drop
friend.
or not.
Sorry,
They're
man.
I have a
watching.
friend who's a roadie. I have a friend who's a
Sorry?
roadie for the Foo Fighters, and he tells a very different story. No, I'm just kidding.
That's funny.
Well, just to finish on that point, in World War II, there was a thing here called the Battle of Brisbane, and MacArthur himself said he never saw a fiercer battle in World War II than the Battle of Brisbane, where a whole 5,000 Aussies took on all of the servicemen, the American servicemen. Because the problem was, you guys are over here with more money. You had stockings and cigarettes. You were pinching all of our women, and then you were also giving us lip and poking us, and then drawing your guns. We didn't have, and the other thing was, your speakeasies were open all day. They could go and drink all day. We only had pubs open 1 hour a day. So the Aussies got pretty pissed for that in the end. Ended up 5,000 Aussies just ransacking the entire American forces. They moved them all out of the city. It got that bad. Moved them into the country because of it's called the Battle of Brisbane. Look it up on Wikipedia.
I'm looking it up.
Funny.
I just typed it in. I'm going to read about this. It's funny because I bet our version of it is probably different than the version you just told. But that's how Americans do.
Well, the thing is that I guess that's the mutual respect between. We're not like Canadians. Let's put it that way.
That's funny.
We're like, we'll see your arrogance and raise you a fist or two. How's that?
No, again, I'd love to go to Australia one day. I really would. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Beautiful country, from what I see. I mean, maybe it's terrifying too. You hear a lot of stories about the outback or what have you. Do you guys call it the outback? Is that what y'all refer to that as?
Yeah. I mean, generally, yeah. But you've got to sort of go an hour or two out of town to get to it. But I mean, it's not that far away to get to it in any direction because it's so vast.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, there's so many things here that'll no doubt.
Yeah.
It's just, and it becomes sort of second nature for us, but everyone else seems. But having said that, dude, we don't go for a walk in the forest and get attacked by a bear or a mountain lion. So, it's not like that. I mean, I see videos of people walking along there. There's a bear following them. Like, Yeah. You know, I think I can deal with the snakes and the spiders and the kangaroos, but the bears. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
No, the I want to see somebody boxing a kangaroo. Like, do they still do that? Where they
Oh
have
yeah, look on
boxing
YouTube.
matches?
If you look on YouTube, you know, men boxing kangaroos. Oh, well, part of it is the part of it is the kangaroos will line up for a boxing match. You know, like they're huge. They're 6, 7, 8 feet tall, right?
That's
And they can
crazy.
also they can prop back on their tail and they can basically scrape your stomach out with their hind legs. So if you don't get close enough to them to actually punch them in the head, right, they can gut you. So it's sort of
That's
like
crazy.
if you turn a corner and find yourself toe to toe with a kangaroo, you've got to move in and just try to knock them in the head enough to discourage them to go away. And you'll see quite a few videos of Aussies who find themselves. There was a guy who had his dog being attacked by a kangaroo,
I
and he
saw
was
that
wearing
one.
his
That
right, and
was
then he just runs
wild.
over and runs over and starts whacking
So
him. And that's
you want to get close to it so that it
yes, yeah,
can't get
gotcha.
leverage. Right.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it rocks back. It rocks back onto its tail, and then it lifts the two hind legs, and they got like 3-inch claws, and they just gut you,
Oof.
right? So they can just rip your guts out, you know. And
That's
so you got
crazy.
to close the gap. You can't get away from them. They travel like 40 k's an hour. You know, they spring around. They can just catch you. So if you annoy one, you've sort of either got to hide. And what they do say is they say, "I'll lie down flat." I'm like, well, you can take your chances lying down flat, and they can just jump all over you and scratch the hell out of you. Or the better thing, I think, is to try to close the gap, give them a whack, and get the hell out of there once they're a bit stunned. You know, because it's like if you can land one on the chops, you're probably going to get them thinking twice about coming
That's
in again.
funny.
You know?
It's like
Well, the thing
that
is,
is hilarious
Hey,
watching them fight.
when they fight, because they don't have very large front legs, you know, they have smaller arms. They tend to use their bottom legs and their tail and their thrusting. So when they get punched in the head, they don't expect that as a counterattack. So it does get their attention. But of course, they're pretty quick movers, and they're also pretty intimidating. So it's a bit of a thing to front up to like a
Right.
7.5 foot kangaroo. And if you look at their muscular posture, they're built like bodybuilders. They look like
Right.
bodybuilders, right?
Yeah.
Their shoulders and everything. So it's actually pretty intimidating. Thankfully, I haven't been in that spot too often. It's like you try to avoid that as much as you can over here.
That's
But
crazy.
they hop through towns and things. So sometimes, you know, you can find yourself in an awkward position. And there's
Kind
also
of like our alligators and stuff will get into pools and, you know, find their way
right.
into onto the porch. Andrew, were you trying to ask a question? I thought Andrew was trying to jump in there for a second.
Well, I've got bars. I've got bars.
Oh.
Can you guys?
I can hear you.
I was just gonna say that Australia is so badass that even the cute animals are complete c words. Like if you've ever met a koala, it's a total C.
Yep,
That's funny.
true. I think
But
the environment's very harsh here, so everything's learnt to be rather harsh in dealing with it. Let's put it that way.
That's awesome.
It's
though.
a harsh
I
environment,
think
yeah.
that's part of the appeal for me, you know, being able to just go out there and it's like, well, I could be unalived at any moment. But now you guys have like scorpions that will like end you, right? Venomous things.
Yeah, I mean scorpions are there too, but they're a lot more obscure. But the big ones are obviously the spiders and the snakes. I mean, the funnel web spider's an absolute, you know, and it's the thing about it is that it hides in gardens, right? So if you go gardening, it's like you get whacked by one of those, and it's and they if you look at a funnel web spider online, they actually jump at you. They like leap and attack, right? So they thrust themselves forward in a way that very few other spiders do. Most spiders will try to retreat unless they're cornered. These ones rear up on their back legs, lift their forelegs up, and they actually drip
Like a
venom
kangaroo.
out of their. Right, and they drip venom out of their fangs to show you what they're about to do. It's like, dude, you know, you just got to wear gloves. Wear gloves.
You know what? Maybe just send me pictures.
Yeah, I'll send you a few pics and a couple of links to some videos. It is pretty remarkable. Probably the biggest one though is the plant. We've got a thing called the gimpy gimpy plant, and if you walk into it, it's got all these little spikes on it that are microscopic that'll burn you for about 3 or 4 months. They can't get it. Look up wild coyote, and he's gimpy, and he's an idiot who goes and stings himself with insects and
You
things.
said gimpy gimpy?
Gimpy, the gimpy gimpy plant. That's GYMP. GYMPIE, right? Gimpy gimpy plant. If you look up wild coyote gimpy, He's a guy who he went and put the plant on his arm. Like, why you would do this, I have no idea. He's a fool, right? And he's like, oh, this is the worst of the worst. He's been bitten by everything on earth, and this is the worst of the worst because the prongs are so microscopic that you just can't get them all out. And so months later, literally 3-4 months later, some people say 6, some people say longer, they're still feeling the burning on their skin from where it originally they came into contact. And if you're walking in the bush, you can just walk past and brush it, and then you're in for months of pain, and you just can't get it all out. Sticky tape, tweezers, there's nothing
I'm
you
reading
can do.
here. It says scientists identified the primary toxin in 2020. It's a class of neurotoxic peptides now called gimpiatides. They bind to sodium channels in your nerves, keeping them open, which causes constant, intense firing, nonstop pain signals.
That's
Fuck
right.
that.
This is the same guy. This guy you're talking about. This guy you're talking about, this wily coyote guy. He's intentionally been stung by manowars. And like what are those the mudfish that have the spike that sticks up? He intentionally stepped on one of those. And
the
he said
stonefish.
that this plant is the worst of.
Yeah, that's right. He did.
Stonefish. He's done all these things,
What
and he
the-
said this plant is the worst he's ever felt.
Wow.
Dude, we got blue ring octopus over here. The kids, kids. I've seen kids coming. They come from overseas. They see this octopus that's glowing with blue rings. Look up blue ring octopus, right?
Oh, I've seen
right, and
that.
they pick it up. They pick it up. The thing's like, not, it's like, what are you doing? Put the thing. You don't pick them up, And that's what they, Thankfully, they're not that aggressive. But of course, if they do decide to nip you, you got to get to hospital in half an hour. You're done, right? So it's
the
like
blue ring octopus.
Blue ring octopus.
They look super cool, but they're super dangerous.
Don't you have and they're some small. Crazy ant there too, like a poisonous ant or something?
Oh, well, I mean, you guys have got fire ants. I think we've got an invasion of fire ants like you do
fire
from the
ants.
south.
Oh.
And fire ants are the worst because they sting as well.
Hurts.
So I don't
a lot.
I mean, we've got some really bad inch ants that are just huge. They're like 1.5 inches. They're big. And if they latch onto, if you get a bunch of them latching onto you, you're not having a good day. They make the fire ants look like kind in comparison, but they're also not. They're also found usually in sort of semi-arid areas, so they're not as prevalent in urban areas. But that gimpy plant, that's just going for a walk in the bush, mate. You go for a bit of a walk, stick to the trails. That's all. My only advice to you is if you go walking over here, just go walking on recognised trails. Don't go walking in random bushland thinking, I'm going to do a bit of a muscle man hike here. Don't do that stuff. It's a very dumb thing to do here.
Jules, the toxin was a neuropeptide that they named after it. They discovered it in 2020, and that's what causes the pain. It opens up your sodium channels to your nerves so that you're in constant pain, like fire. Somebody was asking. I'm going to pull it up here. Try to put some pictures to this, and you can tell me if this is what it actually is, because I'm not sure. Let me find it, and then let me put it on the big screen real quick. Right here. That's it.
Right.
Those little hairs.
Right.
Jeez,
exactly.
It's so small and innocuous.
It's so innocuous. Exactly. That's the word I was going to use. You beat me to it. Exactly. It's just you don't expect it. And it sort of looks like a lot of the hairs you see on other plants where you think, oh, that's just fibers, But they're not. They're like, every one of them's like a little hook needle. And it's so...
It almost reminds me of poison ivy here.
Oh, yeah. Well, it makes poison...
I was going to say...
Right. Yeah, that's a rash, mate. That's a rash. This is like a chemical burn.
Has it ever unalived anybody, or do you know if it can, if you get in enough of it?
Well, let's put it this way, mate. By the time it's hit your arm, I'm pretty, that's enough of an early warning that you're not rubbing it over the rest of your body.
Like, oh.
It's a chemical burn, mate. It's simply that. It's just a 4-month chemical burn that might go for 6 or 8 if you're a bit unlucky. If you've got the wrong sort of constitution, you might have it go longer than 4 months. And this wild coyote guy he's basically gone about on his YouTube channel letting all the bad things bite him, ants, wasps, spiders, the whole thing. he did this plant, and then he did a couple of follow-up videos and go, I'm still in pain. You know, weeks
Oh my
later, it's like, oh,
gosh.
I wish I hadn't done that. And I'm like, you're an idiot. Why would you do this?
Now, is he an American or Australian?
Yeah, he's an American. Wild Coyote.
That's
Wild
what. That's what it was. I got this. Yeah, he got
Right,
nothing.
yeah, exactly. That's that American arrogance I'm talking about. I'm like, dude, I know you've been bitten by every ant, wasp, and spider in the world,
Oh
and
my
some
god.
snakes, but just don't do this plant. There is just one thing you shouldn't do.
Man,
No,
well,
no,
he
can't be
knows now.
told. Can't be told. You know,
That's crazy. No, I'm gonna have to
it's-
check him out now because that sounds like a funny thing to watch.
Well, I mean, he's got huge amounts of views because it is funny to watch someone writhing in pain when they decide to let things sting and bite them, right? But this plant, when he said I'm going to do the gimpy plant, I was laughing. When he announced it, before he even put it on his skin, I'm just laughing the whole way through, going, this C has got no idea what he's about to do.
That's funny.
Right,
I'm typing in Wile E. Coyote Gimpy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think I found him on Instagram.
Yeah, and YouTube as well. That's where I saw him. But
Oh
it's
my
funny.
God.
I mean, he's a funny dude. But this one was almost like, and he admitted it. He was like, "Oh, this is the worst. I shouldn't have done this one." I'm like, "Really? You didn't talk to an Aussie? You could have talked to any one of the locals who would have said, dude, don't do it."
Now, is this the guy? Is that him right there?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's him.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna watch. I'm gonna watch this when I get off here. That sounds entertaining.
And just to reiterate, he has stepped on a stonefish on purpose. He's been stung by manowar, which is the most poisonous type of jellyfish. Like, he's done it all, and he said that this plant is the worst he's ever found.
Oh yeah, and by some margin too, and just the follow-up videos as well, and the fact that it was because it's the duration of it. Like all the rest, it's over a day or two later, you're sort of recovering. But this is like months. I'm like, what are you signed up for here, dude? Is it worth the views? You know, like,
Man,
I mean, it's like he signed up for a divorce.
That's the worst he's ever felt. He's never dated an Irish woman.
that's funny.
Oh, dude. Yeah. So
Well, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. John, I appreciate you. Shirley, I see you coming in, but I'm gonna get off here. It's been a long fucking day, long week. My 2 days are coming up. I'll be back on Tuesday at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Thank you all that are still here. I appreciate it for listening and trying to work through this with me.
I was glad to lighten the load for you there, mate, at the end.
Yeah, no, it's very entertaining, John, and as always, you're welcome back anytime. I appreciate you.
Now I look forward to it.
I'm still a little offended that the liberal loudmouth doesn't follow me back. I mean, what else do I got to do? I have a check mark.
All right, here we go.
Like,
There you go. I got you.
All right.
You're like the third person this week that's like, what the man? I just, I get a bunch of follows while I'm on the show. When I get off, I don't even think about it. So, my bad.
You don't
My
have
bad.
to make excuses. I know.
Send me a DM if you want me to follow you back, and I haven't because I've got, I'm almost to 7,000 at this point. It's crazy. When I started the show, I was at like 1,000, I think.
I remember.
Yeah, it's been
Add that
quite
to your subscription. Subscribe and I'll follow you back.
There you go. Subscribe and I'll follow you back. That's pretty
Yeah,
funny.
you should definitely do that after you just followed me. That should be the new policy.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna hold on real quick. No, I'm just kidding. You know what? I'm disconnecting you, Andrew. Get out of here. All right, guys. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate it. And we'll see y'all next week on Tuesday, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Peace.
Good on you, mate.